Hello again, my name is Magda Nawarecka and I'm a president of Polish Animals for People Association, and I'm really pleased to welcome you all in this conference on behalf of PADA Partnership. In my presentation, I will say several words about the partnership, about the project and its goals, so you will be more familiar with all of it, and most of the cases will be continue and will be more detailed in the next presentation of our speakers and presenters. Oops. In this presentation, I would like to say something about the PADA partnership and also the goals of the project, the way that we have to go to make this project work. So difficulties and strengths that were during the process. I will say something about developing the PADA protocol, and at the end about the PADA evaluator training. So you will be more familiar about how to become PADA evaluator, how to use this form in your organizations. And after lecture of Christine and Lina, you will get also more details about how to use the form and the protocol in real life. Our partnership is built of 3 organizations. One of those is Animals for People Association, with wonderful team of practitioners who are working in different animal-assisted interventions, mostly with dogs, but also with cats. We work with different patients and facilities. We have all over 30 dogs trained right now, and 40 teams working in hospitals, elderly facilities, schools, kindergartens, and so on. Our second partner was at Foslorand University from Budapest, with fantastic team of experts and researchers that help us with the development of the research phase of the project. And last but not least, International Centre of Anthrozoology, which is Norwegian organization combining practical and research aspect of animal-assisted intervention, and with wonderful team of experts also. Our team was created by people from the organizations. So from Hungary, we have Adam Miklosi, we have Andrea Tamesi and Judith Abdail, and you will meet them later on in their speeches. From Norway, there was Christine Olsen and Line Sandstedt that will present the PADA protocol and the practical aspects of it. And from Poland, there was Sabina Złotorowicz and myself, responsible for the conducting the test and the practical part. And also Michał Plewczyński, that you have met at the beginning, who was responsible for all the administration and technical issues. The goal of the project was to introduce a dog testing system that will be based on scientific background, because in our work in intervention and also with testing and examining the dog, we've been struggling with the case that we don't have any reliable test that will be recommended across the countries, and we were really struggling with. So why is this important to test the dogs? Actually, it gives us information about taking care of the dog's welfare, because after the dog passed the test or failed the test, we know much more about its personality and suitable for animal-assisted intervention. The test also help us to take care about patients' welfare, because if we choose proper dog to animal-assisted intervention, the intervention is much safer and gives much more results than if we take an inappropriate dog. Tests also give us information about the team, the human dog team that attend the test, and we can, during the feedback, give information about proper activity for this dog, and is the dog suited for individual intervention or can he handle group intervention, and how it will behave in different situations. So it's very good and important information for handler, how to use the dog and how to work with it wisely. And also PADA test is very often the first step of education, because before the test, handler needs to take short introductory course, and then during the test, handlers get feedback from evaluator, from the ethologist, so the knowledge increase also about the dog behavior, but also about animal-assisted intervention per se. Actually, when talking about dogs and patients' welfare, we can refer to One Health concept, and we truly believe that actually dogs' welfare and patients' welfare should be understood as participants' welfare, because it's all connected, and we cannot say that patients' welfare is in good quality if the dog is suffering from the intervention. So it's really important that all the participants of the intervention are happy about the place that they are. Okay, and now I would like to say something about the process of developing the PADA and the project and our work inside the project and the partnership. Actually, we've been working on the PADA protocol since 2 years, and before in International Centre of Anthrozoology and Animals for People Association, we've did some tests and trials before, but since 2 years we're trying to make it more scientific and official. So we create a partnership with Hungarian University, and during the process we've met some difficulties, because it was quite a new approach. No one did it before, so we didn't have much references, much papers to refer to. Of course, there is a lot of research about dog behavior, but actually, according to personality in animal-assisted intervention, there is not so much. So this new approach gave us a lot of possibilities, but also a lot of difficulties to struggle with. We also struggled with language barrier, because partner countries are free no English speaking, and we decided to use English as our project language. And when talking about very delicate and complex issues like personality, like research, uh, we need to use very strict definitions, and we need to agree about meaning of the words. So it was also challenging to do it. All of the organizations and people working in them have different backgrounds, so a little bit different understanding of the same task, and the idea how practitioners look at the test and at the dog traits is a little bit different how researchers do it, but it was also our strength, as you will see later on. And of course, during the project, we had limited time, which was huge difficulty for me, for example, because we need to develop the way we want to make a research. We need to develop how we want to test the dog and record the test, and then we have to do some follow-up and coding issues, and it all takes time. So that's why we can now present almost ready protocol, and the test that you want to show to you is good quality, but we still want to develop the project and get more data and continue research to make it better and more available for different organizations. During the process, we also use our strengths. So one of the most important was professional alliance, that each partner organization had great skills, so we can build a really good partnership and use the knowledge. We can use our different approach, so that gave us deeper insight into problems. We could use different dogs from different countries, and actually it's really important, because Norwegian, Polish and Hungarian dogs are a little bit different because of the way of breeding, way of training, way of making relationship with the owner and with other people, and it was really interesting to see and to discuss about it. That different countries also gave us different cultural background and different understanding of problems. But I think that we can use those information, and the protocol covers it all. So it's now easier to make it possible to use in different countries, even those who weren't in the partnership, because if the project was developed in one country, it will only uh, cover the cultural issues inside this country. But making it internationally gave us much more wide view on it. And of course, we have different background with resources and knowledge that we can use in the project. Developing the PADA protocol and our strong belief that it is working is because that we have tested a lot of dogs, and we prepared tests and trials to check the personality. Christine said about the traits that are really interesting for us, and we make also this research part that make it more reliable. Actually, we have produced a handbook, and I believe that Michał is now sharing the link, so you can download the handbook and read it later on. In the handbook, you will find each exercise quite detailed, and it's written how to prepare the test, what do you need to make it, and the things that you should focus on while watching this exercise. You will also find some definitions. We refer to IAHAIO white paper because this document was really important during the development phase and help us to make common definitions. We also prepare a manual for evaluators to make it easier for you as a evaluator to conduct the test and to underline things that are important during the test. And also at the end there is an appendix with scoring sheet, and I believe Judith and Andrea will give you a very interesting lecture about the scoring sheet and the coding part of the behaviors and assessing the dog. During the project, we have tested 153 dogs in 3 countries, um, and we were focusing on, during the test, to make a proper documentation of each dog and handler and to write it quite detailed. Each test took place in the facility that covers all requirements, so it has all these things mentioned in the handbook, like the proper length of the corridor, stairs, lights, different rooms, and different people inside. So to make it as similar to each other as possible, but also as easy to conduct as possible, because we really are focused on making this test available for all. So the requirements that the test needs to meet are not so complicated, and I believe that each organization is ready to have them inside during the test. We also video recorded all the test and each human dog team during the test, and we try to make it as good quality as possible. And after that, we analyze the videos, so we make the coding part, and each behavior was coded in the program, and then we try to compare the results and have some ideas how to understand them and how to share the results of the project. The coding part was quite fun and challenging because we used video recording, sometimes from 3 cameras, to catch all the behaviors and all the context. It was a little bit challenging to make it as good quality as possible, because it would be nice to, for example, see all the dog's face, but it is challenging to record the dog's face and not interrupt the test. But I think that we managed, and all the videos were very useful. And we decided to use PADA in our organization, and we are really want to share it in much more organization around the world, because we believe that it's really good way of testing dogs. Actually, it's standardized, so we can use it in different countries and compare the results. And we also can compare the results between the countries. So it helps science, and if we have much more data from different countries, we can make much more research and have better results. The PADA protocol is scientific, so it's based on papers and research from the previous years, and we believe that this is a good way of conducting the test. It is also quite easy to use because you can score it with an application, and it has this detailed description of each test, so it should be quite easy to use it in different countries. It is complete, so in the protocols you have detailed manual with guidelines and instruction how to work with the test and how to conduct it. The test also meet IAHAIO guidelines, so it helps to choose the proper dog and to secure the welfare of the dog, of the client, and of good quality of the intervention. And actually, we really want to develop the project in the future. So we are looking for partners, organization, institutions from different countries that are interested in collaboration. We are looking for evaluators that can screen the dogs all over the world and put the information in the database. And actually, we are looking for researchers who want to put their input into the project and in the community actually that we are building around the PADA protocol and other projects. If you are interested in participating somehow in it, please feel free to contact me via email, and I will share the information with all the partnership. And we are still working on developing it and hope that in the future we can make more tests, more research, and develop it to be more more full tool to use in assessing dogs. And at the end, several words about PAD evaluator training, how to become PAD evaluator. As Christine said, it is required that PAD evaluator has higher education in ethology, and then you can take online course on our platform. And after that, after having the theoretical part online, you are welcome to attend PADA training camp, which is stationary, and this year it will take place in Poland. I will say several words after the slide. But there is also a possibility for people who do not have higher education in ethology. Actually, if you're a dog trainer and you have experience in a field of animal-assisted intervention, you can also take the PADA online course and the PADA training camp, but then you became PADA leader. There is a little difference between PADA evaluator and PADA leader. Actually, evaluator is allowed to assess the dog and put the results in the database, but leader is just allowed to conduct the test, to make it happen in his or her country, but he needs help with assessing and with putting data into the database, but we can provide that online. But that gives you the opportunity to make the test in your country, and that gives us the opportunity to collaborate with you and to use your knowledge and experience. Actually, during the training camp, we will provide some lectures and workshops and live dog testing. So the participant will need to test the dog, and then after the testing there will be supervision, so you will see what was your strengths, what are your areas to work on it more, and how you can improve your behavior to make the test more reliable and more good quality. We are training it on the camp. The camp is also the place where are different human dog teams from different countries, so it's great opportunity to meet each other, to talk and to share experiences. And actually to make networking, which for me is really important thing. to meet each other and to use our knowledge, because I truly believe that this is the best way of developing the field to make the animal-assisted intervention more effective way of supporting people and more nice work for animals. And at the end, I would like to invite you to international platform. It is held under International Centre of Anthrozoology website. So you can visit the website and see the community. And also there will be courses and information about PADA camp and PADA training for people. We built it together with Polish-Norwegian partnership, but actually there is many more countries involved. You can see also the picture from our first training camp. It was in Poland 2 years ago. Last year we weren't able to make the camp because of COVID situation, but I truly believe that this year we will meet again during the holiday, August, and we can work together. Actually, after this conference, when you log into ICOVA platform, you have a coupon code PADA. It's valid for 10 days and it gives you free access to the membership account. So you can use the coupon and connect with us. The platform gives you the opportunity to talk, to share experience, to ask questions, to meet experts from different countries, also the experts from this partnership and this conference, and to share experiences. Yeah. Thanks a lot for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them in chat or in Q&A section. And if you need to contact me later on via email, please feel free to use the email that you can see on the screen right now.
Great. So first of all, thank you everybody so much for joining this event. We are very excited to inform you about our latest work. I guess most of you are already working in the field of AI. And AI is rapidly increasing, much because of the documented positive effect that the natural environment has on people. Did you know that WHO recommend that each child should have access to green spaces for play and physical activity? Of course, that might be difficult to provide for everybody. And in many cases, it might be easier to give the possibility to interact with animals that actually can come to you where you are. That is a huge benefit of AI. We bring the natural environment to people where they are. But of course, to make sure that this form of intervention is beneficial for all parties, we have to take some precautions. Let us start by agreeing on the definition of AI. We will use IAHAIO's definition. An animal-assisted intervention is a goal-oriented and structured intervention that intentionally includes or incorporates animals in health, education, and human services for the purpose of therapeutic gains in humans. That means that a lot of the times we include dogs in interactions with people, it is just that, an interaction, a human-animal interaction, not necessarily an intervention. This means that our recommendations does not apply for the times a teacher brings a dog to school to teach the children about dog language or how to greet a dog, nor will it necessarily apply for the times you go for a walk with a dog and a client. Our recommendations concerns the dogs that are going to be included in AI. The reason we started working on PADA is that we saw the need for a standardized way of screening dogs' suitability to work in AI. AI is still criticized for lack of standardization and for lack of evidence of its effectiveness. I think that the lack of standardization is the main reason why measuring effects of AI is so difficult. Because how can we prove the effect of a product that is so diverse? I think it goes without saying that the outcome of an intervention highly depends on the quality of the animal as well as the handler. After all, the two of them are a team. If you're aiming at solving a problem and your coworkers sometimes work well with you and other times don't, it's obvious that the outcome will differ. So for a researcher to do a randomized controlled study with a huge amount of differences related to the intervention, that's very difficult. Not just does the client differ, the handlers differ, the breed, age, sex, and personality of the dog differs. Research have found that people within the same work share some personality traits. Further, results indicate that people's personality traits predict the preference for certain roles in the work context, which in turn predict the career roles they actually occupy. So to become a nurse, you have some innate qualities that first make you take the education, second, work as a nurse, and third, to be good at the job. And we would expect the same for dogs who should work together with us in AI. To be good at their job, and not to mention thrive in what they are doing, they must withhold some specific personality traits. Here you can see a glimpse of one of the dogs that participated in our study for PADA. The IAHAIO white paper declares that animals involved in AI should have the proper disposition and training to be selected for AI. And further, regular evaluations should be performed to ensure that the animals continue to show proper disposition. So how can we ensure this? For that, we need proper knowledge about both humans involved and animals involved. And at this conference, the animals will be in focus with especially care to animal welfare. Webster states that the welfare of any sentient animal is determined by its individual perception of its own physical and emotional state. For many years, the 5 freedoms presented by the Bramble Committee report on the welfare of farm animals in intensive systems has been set as the minimum for animals working in AI. Lately, there has become much more concerns regarding the importance of animals having good quality of life, and we can all agree that to have a good quality of life, we need more than just the 5 freedoms. In 1994, the 5 domains was presented, which seeks to assess the impact of the physical and social environment of the affective state of an individual. The 5 domains model has a significant focus on subjective experiences in relation to nutrition, environment, health, behavior, and mental state. The 5 domains model helps to clarify the relationship between different circumstances that generate negative and positive states, and likely interactions between those circumstances and the related effects. The model has value in contributing to the growing contextual shift in animal welfare science, thinking towards the promotion of positive states, whilst at the same time continuing to minimize negative states. In order to live our life to the fullest, we need to experience all sorts of feelings: happiness, sorrow, fear, aggression, etc. Working in AI, we would attempt at giving animals involved most positive feelings and experiences. To do that, we need to involve animals, and in this case dogs, that are happy about life in general, dogs that enjoy being close to people, and who meet difficulties with a positivistic attitude. Because animals, just like humans, can be described as positivistic or negativistic in their attitude towards life. Recently, there has been a growing awareness of the need to not only reduce negative emotions, but also to promote positive emotions in animals. And there is some evidence that positive hormones are released in both humans and in animals when a positive interaction occurs. And research has shown that dogs show behavioral and physiological conjugation with humans. Gott and colleagues concluded in 2008 that when the animal had a real opinion to retreat, positive behaviors were shown, and they actually suggest that if the intervention gives the animal possibility to retreat, taking part of the AI may even be considered an enrichment for the animal. Adam here is one of the most famous researchers in the field of dog emotions and cognition. I highly recommend his book, Dog Behavior, Evolution and Cognition. And one definition of personality is that we can see consistent behavioral patterns across time and context. That means that behavior is at least somewhat consistent across time and/or situations. A behavioral trait can be referred to as a personality trait, and a personality trait is a hypothetical construct useful to describe the individual's typical behavior. However, to expect that animals, or other living organisms like humans for that matter, are stable in the sense that they always show the same behavioral response is misleading. On the contrary, an animal that always behaves in a certain way, say always waving its tail, should probably best be regarded as pathological rather than having a stable personality. Personality in an animal should always be seen as an interaction between the animal and the environment and assessed in a context. If this happens, or in this type of situation, the animal usually behaves in this way. Of course, we all love our animals, but love is blind, and it is impossible to be objective regarding our own animal's suitability to work in AI. That is why we need an objective evaluation. The Swedish Dog Association has developed a behavioral test called mental test. The test was developed mainly as a tool for dog breeding of working dogs. The test is now used for other breeds than working breeds and has become to be considered a general behavioral test which can reveal a dog's reactions to different stimuli. In the test, the dogs are exposed to several different novel situations, and the reactions are described according to a standardized score sheet by official observers. The test consists of 10 separate subtests, which are carried out outdoors in a specific order. A handler accompanies the dog during the whole test. And the subtests of the tests are social contact, play, chase, passive situation, distance play, sudden appearance, metallic noise, ghost, and gunshot. The Swedish Working Dog Association has tested tens of thousands of dogs, and through their data set, we can see that different breeds react differently to the subtests. The green circle in the middle shows the mean value of all breeds. And here you can see the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel shows little or no interest in play and chasing. The Border Collie on the right is above average in play, chasing, and clearly is sensitive to loud noises. Also, when you compare two breeds from within the same group, retrievers, there are major differences. The Golden Retrievers show a lot more fear and reaction to gunshot than the Labradors, which, on the other hand, is more curious. The test also gives evidence for the high heritability of certain traits. We know, for instance, that negative emotions like fear and aggressiveness have high heritability, ranging from 0.36 to 0.49 in dogs. This is clearly shown when we compare the White Shepherd with the German Shepherd. Until 2002, this was the same breed, so just within 4 to 5 generations, the mean generation interval for dogs are 4.2 years. The new breed shows much less play, chase, activity, and a lot more fear and reaction to gunshot than the German Shepherd. The test has proven to be both valid and reliable, and I am a big fan of what the Swedes have done. The only problem I see with this test is that it requires quite complicated setup outdoors, and it is also kind of difficult for the regular dog handler to understand the relevance of the different subtests. Here you can see an example of the subtest Ghost, where they look at the dog's curiosity, fearfulness, boldness, and sociability. Owners observe their dog's behavior continuously. Thus, one might assume that their judgment may correspond to the dog's behavior in everyday life. And even though owners are usually not experts and might be biased in the reporting, research have found a good correlation between self-report questionnaires and standardized behavioral tests. In addition, several researchers have developed standardized questionnaire to assess dogs' personality. Because the possibility of collecting large samples of behavior data through questionnaires filled in by owners, this has become a popular method in dog personality research. Despite some disadvantages, like that the owner or family member who know the dog well are usually not experts and might be biased in the reporting, and also the fact that how he or she interprets, for example, aggression itself may vary from owner to owner, several of these questionnaires have proven to be reliable and valid. But there are pros and cons with all these ways of predicting dog personality. We therefore suggest to combine several methods. Interview with owner, self-report questionnaire filled in by owner, a thorough health examination conducted by a veterinarian who's a specialist in dogs, and a standardized mock-up test evaluated by an ethologist who is an expert on dog behavior. Regarding self-report questionnaire, we recommend, for instance, CBARC, the Dog Personality Questionnaire by Jones, and Diaz, Panas, PQOL by the research group at Lincoln University. To my knowledge, there are no other validated standardized mock-up tests for screening dog suitability for AI today, and I truly hope that what we present today can be the start of a new era. As you can understand, there will be differences in what kind of dog one may want for different client groups or interventions. A dog visiting an elderly home should be calm and relaxed, while a dog that is supposed to work outside with youth probably could be more energetic. In that manner, intervention would benefit from being more planned regarding certain characteristics of the dog. However, I would argue that no matter what kind of intervention you and your dog should work in, there are some basic personal characteristics every AI dog should withhold. It is the same for guide dogs. The everyday life for a guide dog living with its owner in a big city would be quite different from a guide dog who lives in the countryside. Nevertheless, guide dogs, at least in Norway, have to pass the same suitability test in order to start their training as a guide dog, regardless of where their future owner lives and how he or she lives his everyday life. And the same should apply for AI dogs. No matter what kind of intervention he or she should work in and with whomever client, an AI dog should be bold, playful, social, and enjoy working together with its owner. Let us think about the golden retriever, an active and people-seeking animal. This golden somewhat reminds me of a family friend. He's the most social guy ever. He jokes and he sees everyone and everybody adores him. He has this thing that he enters a family gathering, gets everybody's attention. He totally is the center of the party. But then after a maximum 2 hours, he leaves because he has to walk his dog. The room gets empty when he leaves and everybody is left a bit disappointed because he leaves before the party is finished. And for years, I was kind of jealous of him since social interactions apparently come so easy for him. But after studying dog and dog behavior, it came to me. He is actually anxious. He overcompensates by being so outgoing, but he's cost him a lot of energy and he can only cope for a limited amount of time. That is why he leaves before everybody else with the excuse of having to walk his dog. Because really, that dog, just like my dog, can easily hold for a couple of more hours, you know? So when you think about it, maybe you also have a friend or family member like that. Well, time and education have taught me that there is no reason for being jealous of somebody thinking their life is easily. We all have our problems and we have to find a strategy for handling those issues. And I think that is what this golden retriever is doing. He's overwhelmed of the pressure and overcompensating being oversocial. And for those of you who wonder, this dog was not recommended for further training as an AI dog. Let us look at some hours in a puppy's life. Throughout the day, different things happens which will affect the puppy's emotions. At one time, the dog explores and engages in an activity. Suddenly, it hears a noise which leads to discomfort. Afterwards, the mother licks the pup, which leads to bonding. The pup gets tired and falls asleep. When it wakes up, it engages in searching for food but gets hungry because it takes some time to find it. The mother brings food and the pup gets satisfied. Then the mother leaves the nest and the pup gets anxious. When she comes back, they bond and the pup starts to play with its siblings. One of them gets angry and bites, and the puppy gets afraid. The pup walks around, gets some rest, and starts exploring again once it wakes up. So, being a living being is not like walking on a bed of roses. During the day, we will have experienced all sorts of feelings just by being alive. A test like this is meant to be a tool for prediction of behavior. Knowledge of future ways of acting in different situations is valuable in the selection of potential AI dogs. Dogs that are generally fearful apprise threats in a range of situations, and it is assumed that they often experience negative emotions such as acute fear and anxiety, and thereby low quality of life. I don't believe dogs like that should work in AI, and it is our obligation to make sure that the animal welfare is protected the very best we can. Handlers often argue that even though their dog shows a lot of anxiety in a certain situation, it could still work in AI because the owner will protect the dog and the dog will not be exposed to the things it is anxious about in the AI setting. I dare you to ask yourself this question. If your daughter had Asperger's syndrome, would you expose her for a big party with a lot of strangers? And the same, if your dog is anxious around unfamiliar people or is afraid of loud noises, would you expose him to AI? The ethics of exposing dogs to a mock-up test can be discussed. It is said that if a test can elicit feelings such as aggression or fearfulness, if that's ethical and welfare concerns may be raised. Some dog owners have already expressed concern regarding the dog's welfare during PADA. Is it ethical to expose dogs to potential frightening situations, and may they be traumatized? All PADA evaluators must have at least 3 years higher education in ethology and must be an expert in dog behavior. We are confident that they are capable of assuring that the dog's welfare is not compromised, and they are instructed to stop the test if the dog shows signs of discomfort that will be considered to hurt the dog psychological. That is also why we have tried to set up the test in a way that it is easy for the examiner to assess the dog welfare, and the examiner is trained to stop the test if the dog shows signs of distress or too much discomfort. But what is too much? As I already said, to live a full life, we need to have the whole spectrum of feelings. Having some minutes of discomfort will not affect animal welfare per se. On the contrary, living beings need to have the feeling of mastery and gain self-efficacy. I can relate to that. When I'm giving a lecture, I often feel nervous. I blink rapidly, and I also show some other stress-related behaviors. Almost every time I give a lecture, I ask myself why on earth I agree to do it and thereby put myself in this situation. The reason why is that, to be honest, I think I have something important to bring to the audience, and I like to have an influence on what is going on. And those positive outcomes outdo the negative feelings I have before I go on stage. And it's the same for dogs. Some dogs can handle some unpleasant experience, especially if they get some positive reinforcement during and after the session, but others do not. Now let us look at this border collie, working with his handler in an elderly home. You can see how much the participant enjoys the intervention. She smiles, pets, and shows affectionate behavior. But what is the dog trying to tell us? The signs are not that subtle, but they are actually easy to miss when you're present. When we look at this video, we can clearly see that this dog is begging for the client to stop the hugging and that it seems to ask the handler to rescue him and help him out of the situation. You can see the signs in slow motion soon. And so the question is how much the dog can handle before we consider this as abuse. And if we think about the illustration of Webster again, an individual can easily handle some unpleasant experiences which results in negative feelings as long as the positive feelings surpass the negative ones. Let us look at more videos of the border collie. Here we can see that he has overcome the negative feelings and that he now shows positive feelings. In total, this dog can handle the negative situation as he has a robust body.
Det vet jeg ikke svaret på. Det noe annet jeg kan hjelpe deg med?
Overall, this dog is positive, he's playful, and he willingly interacts with unfamiliar persons. And it is important to be aware that it's not the bare occurrence of signals, it is the frequency and duration that might tell us something about how the animal is feeling. And please also be aware that it's which sort of feelings the dog will have in an AI that matters, not only what the dog is actually showing. Of course, through learning and experience, the dog might change how he feels in certain situations. So what Pado can do is to predict how the dog is most likely to feel in situations that are comparable in context. I would argue that the situations dogs are exposed to in PADA is nothing more than what they could experience in everyday life. I hope you remember how the Swedish mental test arranged the mock-up with the ghost approaching the Rottweiler. Here you can see two examples how we think we expose a dog for the same unfamiliar experience. But this is something that can actually happen. You walk in a dark hallway and you meet a person in a wheelchair. This is Soria, a French bulldog. Ikke trekk den ned. Bruk lina. Gå, stopp. Så står du bare der, kikk på lina. Bare spør opp. Gå. Stopp. Gå. Gå. Stopp. Hørte du hvor flink den var? Det kan du prøve så smått på, eller sånn. Du kan prøve også liksom lokke med deg på en sånn, ja, kom det. Ja, kom det. Ja, så går det videre. Then we have Gulick, an Irish wolfhound. You can see that there's a huge difference in how these two dogs experience the same thing and also how they choose to react. And by the way, the PADA is also experienced to be an excellent tool for family dog owners, as owner can see how the dog experiences life, and they can get an assessment by a professional who can tell the owner how to handle the dog in different situations and maybe work on difficulties or build self-esteem and a better relationship with owner. Well, let us get back to why we recommend PADA as a screening tool for AI. In a mock-up test for screening dog suitability for AI, dogs should be exposed to situations that they may be exposed to in an animal-assisted interventions. There are many opinions regarding the validity and reliability of personality assessment, but as long as we refer to scientific studies that is tested both validity and reliability, I believe it is the best way we have to consider animals' suitability. Based on our sample, the predictive validity of the PADA is acceptable since dogs that passed the test became therapy dogs, and they were also found to be well suited for AI work. The latter is based on a master thesis at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences some years ago, where the author conducted a research called Evaluation of Animal Welfare in Dogs Working with Animal-Assisted Interventions for Elderly People with Dementia. In this project, all dogs had been evaluated and found to have the right personality to be trained for AI. In addition, both dogs and owners had participated in courses and exams to be fit to work in AI. The aim of the study was to evaluate the welfare of the dogs who had passed PADA while they were working in AI, and 13 dogs of various breeds participated in the study. The handlers were instructed to follow a standardized plan for the session, and every session lasted on average 30 minutes. During AI, only minor signs of behaviors associated with stress and discomfort were observed. The dogs in this study seemed to be confident and at ease with the job. The behaviors of the dogs were constant over time, and the handlers reported positive observations of their dogs. And the results from this study indicated that the welfare of dogs working with animal-assisted interventions was not compromised. However, it must be said that failed dogs through our project were not trained, so we have no data on this aspect. We will need more dogs to establish a predictability of PADA, and we encourage you all to participate so that the number of dogs will expand. After editing the scoring sheet, several behaviors assessed in the new scoring sheet seem to correlate with the previous assessment by the evaluators. Although due to the low number of subjects assessed, we cannot make strong claims, and several behaviors had not been assessed previously, but we hope that the new scoring sheet in PADA will provide an objective and useful tool to increase reliability across raters. Standardization makes it easier to compare results, and as researchers, we love big data sets. With more dogs assessed, we can make important analyses, like what is the chance to pass the PADA. In Norway, 86% of those dogs who did PADA passed. Are there some breeds more likely to pass PADA? Of Portuguese water dogs, 50% passed, compared to 87% of the standard poodle and 90% of the Samoyeds. And we can also stratify on names, like I've done here. If you name your dog Lady, she has a 100% chance of passing PADA, unlike King and Messi, which have much bigger chance of failing. But let us summarize the benefits of standardized protocol and PADA in particular. It is important to ensure animal welfare for dogs working in AI. PADA measures differences in behavior in individual dog. Going global, it will give us huge data sets, and doing this electronically will provide an enormous amount of data, which will be valuable for research and further development of the test. It makes the selection process more reliable. Standards means that dog handlers can have confidence that their dog will handle working in AI in a proper way. PADA is easily applied on dogs of all breeds, as it disregards special breed characteristics. Standards means that the customer or the beneficiary can have confidence that the taking part in AI is safe and of good quality. Personality traits do indeed affect the way in which people perform their jobs over time, and there is no reason the same would not apply for dogs as well. Therefore, to agree on which personality characteristics that are preferable in AI and select dogs which withhold these, that would improve the effect of AI. PADA can be easily set up in different places and environments. And standardization will secure consistency of the product, and it will also be cost saving. But the main thing is that PADA focusing on measuring positive emotions. And we do that by looking at the dog's curiosity, sociability, playfulness, cooperation, relationship with handler, trainability, exploration, and boldness. Finally, I will emphasize what I said earlier, that PADA is a complementary assessment tool that should be used in addition to, for instance, interview with owner, self-report questionnaire filled in by owner, a thorough health examination conducted by a veterinarian who's a specialist in dogs, and the PADA. So please join us and use PADA in order to get to know your dog better and thereby be able to provide him or her a better life, especially if you are thinking of working together with your best friend in AI. Done properly, this can even enrich your dog's life. I hope you will enjoy our conference, and please feel free to ask questions or get in touch later. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Is it okay, Michael, to take the answers? Thank you very much. We have actually in the Q&A section 2 questions. And I see that in the chat are coming some more. I will start with the first one. Is there a possibility, asked by Patricia, is there a possibility to access the results of PADA tests for certain breeds of dogs?
To access
the others, Christine, or you will answer one by one?
I'm not sure if I understood the question. If we can access or assess?
If there are results on specific breeds of dogs, which you already did by using PADA.
Yeah, but the sample is too small, so we don't have anything to publish yet. But we will, as soon as the number is bigger and we have a better data set, we will definitely do that.
Thank you very much. Another one, which is, I found it really interesting. So can evaluating the dog in the company and guidance of its own handler, his own handler, can give different results than evaluating the dog being handled by a stranger? So
well, yeah, I understand the question, and it's a very legitimate one. Our experience is that it doesn't make that much difference because, of course, you can see the relationship with a known handler, and also the dog can get some social support from the handler. But the main thing is that we measure the personality of the dog, and as I said, the definition of personality is that the behavior is consistent over time and in different situations. And then it doesn't matter that much if the handler is present or not, actually.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Then we have 2 questions which are similar, whether the PADA is already available, published, and can be acquired.
I will answer this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is available, and we will send it in a minute to people who fill it in the attendance form. So please do it if you haven't already.
Thank you, Mika.
Yes.
And I managed to get a question from the chat. I'm not sure whether I understood it. So in case, Maria, you want to unmute yourself and ask Christine directly. So Maria, I think she asks about some references or sources regarding the effects of positive human-animal interactions on the dog's brain.
Okay, I will. maybe allow to talk, Maria, and this will be the last questions because we need to go further with the presentations.
Okay.
Maria, you can
Excellent.
now unmute yourself. Once again. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, I was wondering about the picture about the brain, the effects on the brain, and the source who has wrote it.
Yeah, what I was referring to is Gutt et al., who published a paper on how a positive intervention would also benefit the animal. But I also have some more references, so I can put them in the chat during the day if you want to.
Yes.
Or you can send them. Perhaps the easiest thing is that if you send me an email and I can send it directly to you.
Yes, thank you, and nice to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. I think we have heard already a lot about the PADA protocol, the development of the protocol. My job today is to talk about the sort of scientific background, both for PADA and for personal testing in general. So actually, I was thinking that I rather not repeat so much that was heard, or probably you can find also in this book on PADA. I rather also speak about some other aspects that may be not so obvious or not so clear. So basically, this presentation is a quite general idea, describing generally how we researchers develop such protocols, what could be the advantages, the pitfalls of such a protocol, and obviously this is the logic that was helping us to actually develop the PADA protocol as well. And as you can see towards the end, I also will talk a little bit about personality that was also touched by Christine early in this morning, and that might also help you to understand the concepts in the background. So actually, when I was preparing for this talk, I got sort of interested in this problem of work. What is work? So because it's very often said that therapy dogs are working dogs, and if you are looking at some definitions, you could actually see that this is copied from Wikipedia. A working dog is a dog used to perform practical tasks as opposed to companion dogs. So apparently companion dogs are not working dogs, and working dogs are performing some tasks, whatever they are. There you can also find other definitions of working dogs is a dog of any of various breeds developed or trained to do useful work. Now, for me, the question was actually, what is work? So if you go again and try to look for definitions, you find something like that: exerting strengths or faculties to do or perform something. So the question is, again, if you remember, I mean, when we talk about working dogs, what are they really do? And obviously, you could also look for work definition or working definition, at least again in different vocabularies, is that work is a specific task, duty, it's important, function or assignment. And some other definitions even include something that says that say that work is having paid employment. Now, yes, this might be working definitions from the human perspective, but actually it's very human specific. And if you look at work, it's really, I think you should have a different approach. And this is actually what I was sort of suggesting, and it's maybe a more general description, and it's maybe something that is closer what we understand by working. And that would be my approach to the problem, is that working is something performing, and it's here the words that I'm underlined are important: arbitrary actions done for extended duration, the goals of which do not correspond with the immediate subjective goals of the person, of the worker. And that was very nicely illustrated, I think, by this short video. If you remember the border collie in the elderly house that was shown by Christine, where it's really you could see that the dog was working in a sense, at least in some of the time, because he was really engaged in interactions that was not his favorite ones. and that was probably not consistent with his or her goals at that time. However, obviously, he or the dog was involved in the working situation. Now, why dogs or even humans might work? Well, because they might get some sort of reward, which in case of human is sort of usually some secondary reinforcement, what we call money in general. And obviously, we might actually be also engaged in something that might be called work if we just like to perform it. We can still like to do something that where the immediate goals are not those that we really need. So I think it's important to have this concept of the work, because then we can also understand how working dogs originate. And again, if you look for working dogs, what kind of working dogs they are, you get a list that you can see on the right side of this picture, where there's a list of assistant dogs, detection dogs, guard dogs, guide dogs, herding dogs, military dogs, and so on and so forth. Now, interestingly, there are some bold group of dogs, like the detection dogs, the guard dogs, and there are some non-bold words, which actually I changed the list in these differences. And I think the reason for making a difference within working dogs could be how much their so-called work relates to the natural behavior of the dog. So that means that in some cases, actually, we have selected dogs. We have genetically modified dogs, that is what they call them breeds, who might have a preference. They might actually show this working trait to a higher degree than compared to some other dogs. So maybe there was a selection for detecting dogs, mainly. Actually, the original selection took place within the hunting community, that some dogs are better in tracing the olfactory cues provided by the prey, or they are dogs breeds, many were selected for herding, that actually also relies on some specific behaviors of the hunt that were enhanced in those breeds. So those breeds like to hunt in comparison better than other breeds. So therefore, they are better in that herding behavior, at least usually. So some aspects of the work can be enhanced by selection, by developing the breeds, while obviously this is not enough. So we also should select for dogs at the individual basis. And this is where we now getting closer to our original problem, how to select those dogs, especially because there has been no real selection for therapy dogs. As you can see in that list, therapy dogs were not selected for. The question is, what kind of the existing breeds might be better, more suitable for this kind of work, in a way how they were put together genetically. But within the breed, we still need some selection for the most appropriate individuals in that way. Now, what are the characteristics here, and what are the partners? So I was actually also looking, because dogs are never working alone. They are, therapy dogs, they are also working with a physiotherapist or a psychotherapist together, or an animal assistant human. So you could name them in a different way. And it's really, they are part of some kind of treatment, even if it's quite a generous therapy. I mean, it's just making not specific, there's no specific goals that the therapist would achieve. This is an intervention. This is some sort of a interaction that is taking place with some sort of goal in the mind. So basically, these dogs, according to the definition, they should provide affection, comfort, and support to people in various settings. They could do it in a hospital, in an elderly home, even in schools. But we should always remember that this should be, and actually is, a work situation for a dog. They don't just do it for fun, because I could imagine that most of those dogs, when they could have a choice, they would just go off for sleep, or go for a walk, or just enjoy interacting freely in another situation. So in the case of the therapy dogs, actually we don't really have a selection for specific breeds. The only the main possibility to have a dog that is suitable for therapy work is to actually provide some selection. So basically choosing individuals that like that work more than their companion other type of dogs that are not so involved here. Interestingly, there has been not much research on what are the good traits for dogs, what makes them a good therapy dog. I know that many people are aware of such traits, and Christine mentioned some of those, but published papers are really where you can show that one dog is a better therapy dog than another dog that was also actually selected for therapy. Such papers are not really exist. Even in the case of for human therapists, there are not many, because it's sort of assumed that if you are graduated, if you have this job, if you are a therapist in whatever form, then you should perform your job at a high level. But as everyone knows who was ever been a patient, even with a doctor or with a therapist, that there is a difference. Some therapists are probably more successful and some therapists are probably less successful. Even I could say that some therapists might be more successful with one type of patient and maybe other therapists are successful with other types of patients. So actually, I'm just trying to give you again this perspective that would be important at some point to find out whether there are really such traits of dogs that makes them better therapists for some specific settings, and maybe other dogs could be deployed in other situations. So here's just an example for human, this is for human therapists, where researchers have found, which is not so surprising, that, for example, calmer, more relaxed, and therapists who are more secure and resilient have better achievements with the patients. Actually, the pluses means better achievement and the minuses thus not so good achievements. In another paper, it was also found, well, it was actually a reviewing several such studies, that openness to experience, there's not really clear whether therapists who are more open to their patients, basically, whether they could achieve better results or they are not so successful. Agreeableness, which you might actually imagine that could be helping in the intervention, doesn't seem to have a huge effect. Engaging extrovert therapists have a faster short-term effect of their patients. But if you're looking at the long-term effect, then more cautious and non-intrusive therapists are better, and so on and so forth. So you can see that this is again a research question that we should address eventually also in the case of our dogs. Well, with regard to the dogs, yes, there are many features that we hypothesize might be important to make them a good therapy dog. For example, a balanced attachment to the owner. This means in the present case, attachment to the handler as well. So if the dog feels secure with the owner, it's easier for the dog probably to make the job at the higher level. Again, we don't really know. Nobody has so far tested whether therapy dogs with different types of attachment pattern, how they perform in a complicated social setting. Yes, obedient dogs actually might be also better. This is usually actually a prerequisite for many therapy dog tests, that the dog should be obedient. Of course, what it really means might depend on the specific test, but if a dog is obedient, it's easier to handle in sort of therapy situations. Well, it's again trivial here that dogs who accept strangers faster, or actually they are interested in strangers, they show some curiosity towards strangers, they are more social, probably have a higher chance to succeed in therapy sessions. And also this is true for dogs who lack competitive tendencies, who don't compete for some sort of social contact, some sort of hierarchical position, and dogs who are calm might also be better. Dogs that are able to collaborate with the owners, dogs they maintain attention toward the people and are assiduous, that these dogs are probably also more successful. And yes, dogs who can faster habituate to the new session, new situations, they show little neophobia towards strange objects, to strange people, they might also be more successful. Again, this list actually comes from many advices that you can find on various homepages that are advertising tests for therapy dogs. And this is probably very logical to assume that dogs with certain characteristics are better than others. Now, obviously, if this is an assumption, that are those features of the behavior that should also be tested for in a good therapy dog test. And these are also, most of them are actually also part of the PADA personality assessment that is described, has been described, and will be described today in detail by others. Now, this is also important because when we are selecting, we really have to understand what we are sort of doing in the background. And this is a very simple figure that sort of aims to explore that. And if you can just look at this figure, I can explain it in a very rapid way. Most people are probably familiar with that. So if you have, you can see maybe the x-axis here in the bottom. This is a personality trait. I'm calling it for calmness, just for me making it some specific example. And then on the y-axis, what we're seeing here is a frequency in the population. So basically, how many dogs are calm in the specific population. Now, when usually you are testing for such traits, you find that most dogs have sort of average calmness. And this means that here's average calmness. So here is the large population of dogs, large ratio of dogs in the population. And if we go to the left with dogs who are not so calm, we find the number is decreasing. So only a few, relatively few dogs would be totally non-calm, or if you like, the other word, nervous generally. And probably the same is true. Very, very calm dogs, you might only find a few at the other end. So this is mathematically or statistically the distribution of the dogs in the population. And usually in biological system, it is assumed that the average is the more common type of dogs in that case. So what we will do usually is in our tests, generally speaking, that we are selecting for those dogs for therapy who are special in some ways. In this case would be very calm, or at least calmer than average. So we should expect that only a few dogs are passing the test. A test, especially for therapy, is not so good if most of the dogs passing it, because then probably we are not selecting for the specific dogs. I will come back to that also later. So the second part would be a little bit talking about personality. And again, this is a little bit of the repetition what Christina was introducing early in the morning. Basically, here's the definition of personality. Within species, individual differences in the nature of the behavior output in the same or similar situations that are stable across lifetime. So the idea here is that we are looking for features of the behavior of the individual that is varying within the population, but which is also stable in time and across places. So something which you can see is a characteristics of the mind in case of not just dogs, but humans, but other animals. Basically, it would somehow determine how the animal, how the individual is reacting to different event, objects, or stimuli. So what kind of behavior is manifested as an output. And as you can see here on the figure, we can observe, an ethologist or a behaviorist can observe the action, what is shown. And this action, what is shown towards an event and an object, is somehow influenced by the personality of the dog. And in this case, when we are talking about calmness, for example, then some dogs might react to the same event in a calmer way, others more in a more excited way. And exciting in this case would be approaching the object, if it's an object, or faster showing some curiosity, if you like, and going, in another case, would it be something like avoiding the object rather than showing an approach. So now, what are the features of defining something as a personality? So first of all, the problem is that personality is not what we can see. Personality is always something that we assume is a feature of the mind. What we are actually seeing is behavior traits. We can see dogs are approaching different types of objects or plants, or they are participating in various objects in the park, they're meeting other dogs, they're playing with the ball, they're doing a lot of things. So this is what we can observe, and this is important for each person test, that actually there the dogs are exposed to many such situations. And why we are doing that? Because we assume that there are some common background features, which we call common background factors. You can also call them factors or the background variables, if you like, that will influence the actions or the behavior of the dogs in the same way. So here, this is what is shown in this little illustration at the bottom. So the idea is, here we have this little dog. They are novel objects, 3 of them. And what we assume that the genetic makeup of the dog, the neural mechanism of the dog actually makes him to react in a sort of similar way to this blue, yellow, big, small, whatever object. But we can find it out only when we really put the dog in a situation where it can encounter many different types of novel objects over time and in different cases. When the dog shows always a similar reaction, when it always approaches automatically in a very rapid way, then we might assume that this is a dog who is interested in objects. You might actually name this dog or call this dog a curious dog, a dog that wants to get information out of each situation. So maybe this curiosity could be then a deduction and could be something that we might call a personality trait. And how it's done, that's what we are not really discussing here today, is basically using statistical methods to arrive to that argument for a specific trait, what we call now a personality trait. And basically through these mathematical or statistical calculations, we can reveal whether such trait is existing by looking at the distribution, the behavior reaction to different situations that are basically associated with each other. So here are just the former illustration repeated now with 2 individuals. So the white dog and this brownish dog. And the white dog actually is a dog who is interested towards all the 3 objects. The brown dog is not interested so much in those objects. So we might actually be calling the dog a curious dog and the other dog as a non-curious dog. But it's important to understand that the curiosity, or in this example, or calmness, or whatever kind of personality trait we are mentioning here, this is arbitrary. This exists only in our mind, and this is a hypothesis about the general reaction tendency of the dog in specific situations. So this is what their personality models are about. So basically, we are back now to the original figure, and why this is important, and why also was Magda mentioning that in order to have a good evaluation, we really need a lot of dogs to be tested by our therapy test, because otherwise it's quite difficult to determine this whole core for the population. And only if you have a good number of dogs that make up this curve here, but you can see on the figure, then can we certain what are those levels, what is the sort of the cutoff number where we can really select dogs for specific therapies or specific working deployment. That is, I think, quite important in these personality tests. Obviously, personality is a concept. Personality traits are those specific characters that describe one dog in relation to another dog. Now, this also means that one could ask, well, then how many personality traits we have or a dog has? And the answer is actually very strange, the many you find. So basically, personality traits somehow depend on the test that you are developing or using, because the many situations you put the dog in, the more detailed observation you can get. And obviously, there are some personality traits that are very general, they are found in most situations. For example, like curiosity, in most therapy dog tests, that trait is actually somehow involved or might be activated, if you like. But there are some traits that might not be revealed in some tests who are not getting the animal in that particular situation. But this is, again, a statistical feature. So for any therapy test or any personality test, sorry, it is important that it should include those personality traits that are important for that specific work, that specific job to be done. So, and this is always a question here. This is what this drawing is also trying to illustrate here, that yes, for example, if we think that it's important to figure out whether dogs are, how they react to objects or how they react to humans, we need to have those tests involved in the test battery, and not just one, but actually more of them, in order to be sure that the dog has the chance to show the same behavior in different situations and in different at different times. Basically, the construction, so what I was talking about so far of a personality test relies on that figure, that logic, where the idea here is, and it's important always to know that everything what we do when we are planning a test, a personality test, it's a hypothesis. We don't really know at that time whether how the personality trait will be actually revealed. So what we only know that, okay, we have a certain situation in which that we want to use a dog in a therapy setting, and then we try to mimic those situations where we can observe the behavior of the dog. For example, here we have behaviors like approaching, like looking, like standing, laying, whatever behavior you like. And then we look for situations, and we have two important aspects here. One, we should have tested the dog for the same situation that is a little bit different in order to find out how stable the behavior is. And we also want to test the dog in different situations in finding out whether those situations might actually reveal different aspects of the personality. So in this figure, what is shown, that we have these three situations, each denoted with the label A, which we assume, and it's important, we assume that these are similar. Well, because these are novel things, like a novel room, a novel object, or a novel location, a novel park, and we can observe whether the dog reacts in the same way to novelty. It might or might not. At the second level, we also should have tests in the test battery where we assume that the reaction of the dog to this situation might be actually different. This is noted by situation A, B, and C. Why? Although these are all novel events for the dog, at least this is what we should do, but here the first is a novel room where we assume the dog might explore. The second is an unfamiliar dog, where we would assume that the dog might show some interspecific social behavior towards that dog. And the third situation is an unfamiliar cat, so a novel cat, if you like, whether we want to see how the dog is reacting to a non-dog living being, in order to see maybe a different aspects of its personality. Obviously, you can't test for everything in one single test battery. So, for example, we don't have a cat in the PADA protocol, But that again is a decision that we are taking consciously because we assume that that question on the cat is probably not so important for therapy dogs at the moment. So just being economic in that sense, we leave some specific tests out without that might actually be important for other reasons. So basically the idea here is that you can see that the PADA protocol and most of the protocols are not just put together by sort of, you know, making some gut type feelings, okay, what I would like, but rather by thinking of both the measuring the stability in the behavior and measuring the possible differences that might occur in the behavior of the dog. Well, it was also mentioned that, and I was focusing on the testing aspects because this is what really could be done in the most objective way. It could also be done, as it was mentioned by Magda's talk, by well experienced ethologists or trainers, or who are especially familiar with the specific training. But there are other ways of gaining information that could be also useful. Christine was mentioned what we call questionnaires, self-reported ones, either the Big Five questionnaire that can be filled in by the owners or by a familiar person who knows the dog well. There's also the CBARC that gives you very useful information about the dog. We could also have some other type of reports, but actually at the end, we should really have a good testing battery. And you also are familiar with the dog mentality assessment that was also mentioned earlier, which I also think it's a very useful research, and we got a lot of knowledge out of that, specifically because those data were analyzed in a much detailed way. So it's not just that there was an easy test designed for screening the dogs, working dogs actually made in general, but actually they had so many tests and they are so well documented results that a lot of those knowledge actually was sort of fed back to the biologist who could then analyze them in details. And that's why we know quite a lot now about dog personality in general, not much related to therapy dog personality, but to personality in dogs in general, which is a very important help for the future research. Yes, it was also mentioned validity. Basically, when we talk about validity, is that you have a test, now you have to show that these tests select for animals that are special and they perform really much better in that situation that you are selecting them for than the others. Now, this is again not a trivial issue. And unfortunately, most of the therapy dog tests have no validity in a sense that they were not really statistically evaluated, at least in terms of published studies. We don't really have too many of them. They might exist in none of those published studies. However, so just to show you how this could be a problem, I choose now a study that it was not on a therapy work, but on aggression, because that was actually a published study, although it used a very small sample size. But here you can also get the idea how we should also validate in the longer run our tests in general, or the PADA test in particular. So this is a study done by Barnard et al. In 2002, and here the issue is about what everybody is familiar with, the problem of dogs that are aggressive, some breeds in which there might be a higher number of dogs that might be aggressive. And in some countries, the idea is that we should have a test that reveals those tendencies in the dog, and maybe based on the results of that test, you can actually tell, you can predict, if you like, whether the dog is aggressive or not. Especially the problem is that dogs are accused of biting somebody or attacking somebody in some situations, and obviously the question is that whether the dog is then should be labeled as aggressive. That's another issue where how much we agree with this. It's not, I don't want to discuss the sort of the social political issues of this. It's just to show that, well, if you have a behavior like this, that you want to validate whether your tests are good for that. So basically in this experiment, they compared 3 groups of dogs: control dogs that were no history of aggression, then dogs that were reported of attacking child, and dogs that were reported attacking dogs. And the test was actually not so complicated. Basically, there were 4 situations where these dogs were observed with a strange female stranger, with a childlike doll, interacting with a black plastic garbage bag, and a fake dog. So basically you can see the pictures. These are not the pictures from the original paper. So you just imagine something similar here. And what we are looking, or what the researchers were looking at, was whether how the dogs from these 3 groups are reacted to this stimuli. And here are the results of this experiment. And actually, the results are interesting in the sense that in some cases they reveal, they measure something that is in line with our assumptions, but in other cases they really don't. So in regard to the doll, for example, and we just look at the first line where aggressive behaviors, frequency of aggressive behavior is shown, it seems to be that this doll discriminates between dogs that are aggressive towards the child and towards the dog, because the dogs who were attacking a child were more likely to also show some aggression towards the doll, and so on. Interestingly, the bag was not really discriminating too much. No dogs were showing any specific behavior towards the bag with the 2 large eyes, but also interestingly, the fake dog was not able to release aggressive behavior from the dogs with aggression history. Actually, the dogs who attacked children were more reactive to the fake dog. So in this case, for example, the test was not able to detect, to reveal those dogs who had a intraspecific aggression history. So, and this is important because obviously there could be many problems with any test. That is not an issue. As I said at the beginning, our tests are also hypotheses about some important feature of the behavior, but without testing the validity, somehow it was done in this particular study, we can be never sure that what we are actually measuring in the dog is really something that is sort of real. I mean, that relates to the natural approach, natural behavior of a dog is in general. So if you find, for example, that the validity is not strong enough, like in this case with the fake dog, then we should do something about it. We should change the test battery. Obviously, it brings problems because we have tested already many dogs with the former version, but we should never, this should not inhibit us from making a change, because actually that is very important that we, at the end, we get to a good result. So that's what we also have to take into account here. Obviously, what is the other problem in this study, what we just to mentioning, that maybe the dogs who were assigned to one category or the other were not, this assignment was not done in the appropriate way. So this is another problem always, that maybe dogs that are in the therapy, for example, they have a different background than what the owners assume about them. This could be to other problems. Now, back to the problem of selecting dogs for working in therapy. I think, and that was also sort of mentioned, I think in Christine's talk, that, well, yes, so therapy has different levels. And obviously we can think about how strict we are in selecting specific dogs, but I still assume that therapy dogs are, in my assumption, quite special ones. And that's why I'm saying is that selection for dogs with a very special behavior feature. And this is, again, you can see the figure here, that we are not just selecting for dogs that are calmer in this case, but dogs that are, let's say, very calm, that are only a subpopulation of the dog population. And the reason for this is, at least from my perspective, is that this is a working situation in which these dogs are, which means that they have to do a job, and we want them to do the job at a high level, and we want to make this job not difficult. That means that they should feel or should get as less stress as possible. So therefore, we need really those professionals who enjoy that job most within the population of dogs. And there's another issue here. For a good therapy dog, as you remember, it's even for a good human therapist, they should not be excelling in one feature of the personality, but in many. And you can see this is in this two-dimensional figure on the right side. So here's, again, arbitrary calmness. This is the same distribution. Here you see on the other side, open to experience, and here are these positive signs are, here are the very calm dogs, and here are those dogs who are open to experience. Now these circles in the green circle, these are all the dogs that one might test, and they have the different values. And you can see this is totally dark in the middle, because these are the typical average dog with average calmness and average being open to experience. Now we are looking for those dogs who might be relatively calm, this is on this dog here, and also at the same time who are not just calm but also open to experience, or some sort of a combination for that. Now again, these tests should somehow discriminate those dogs who are good in these both personality traits, and actually we have sometimes even more to ask from these dogs. So obviously I could not show on the graph more than 2 dimensions in this way, but you can imagine there might be a third dimension or a fourth dimension of their behavior that could be also very important. And that would also mean that only a few dogs relative to the total population are suitable for the therapy dog work. Now, obviously, and this could be left to the organization, if you think that some therapy dogs should pass the test because there are easier jobs in your or with your organization, that is also okay. But still to discriminate between a very good dog for the therapy and maybe an average dog for the therapy would be very useful to have, because then you can decide which dog should do which kind of work. And then again, you can sort of help enforce those dogs who might be not so good, you don't assign them for a very difficult job. Yes, and what is the problem now? And that was also sort of indicated a few times. When you play with these therapy work test words and you put them in Google, you find many of those. If you look at those tests in the web, I just mentioned a few, I listed a few, sorry, like the Therapy Dogs International, they have a test for therapy work, and so on and so forth. So they are very similar, or because people have the same logic, because people think about therapy work in the same way, and what actually happens is totally independent whether you do the therapy in an elderly home or with people who are disabled, or you have you take the dog to a school. Generally what happens is very similar. The problem is that these tests are not standardized. How they are executed, and that is also Magdalena was indicating that this actually took us a lot of time to discuss what means standardization, because it's very people could understand very different things behind it for this word. And another is the evaluation part. Most of these tests we don't really know, or you don't really know how they are evaluated. There are some evaluation procedures, I'm quite sure, but they might be different from organization to organization. Again, these are not standardized. And it might depend on actually who is the evaluator, because it's not clear how the evaluators were evaluated before. And third, which is also never shown or indicated, is the validate how much this actual test was validated, which is you can see, is a complicated procedure. You need again tests that are then checked statistically, compared, and so basically, even though you see many therapy dog tests on the internet and many organization practices, and that's actually, I think, a very good start, but at the end, all these tests are very different from a scientific perspective. So what we need is, I think, what I would call a standard operational procedure, which means that you really have to standardize what you are doing and how you are doing it. And this is what us took 2 years, I think, maybe more, to get it to some level. We are still not happy with the result. We still, as Magdalena also said, this is an ongoing research. We have a lot of experience now with the PADA test, but we should really go forward on that. And the textbook that was put together, I think, is one very important step towards achieving something what is called standard operational procedure. So how can we achieve that? So first of all, I think the actual test is not important, because actually the tests in general are the same. We at the beginning also we had the discussion about, you know, which tests we should use, because obviously there was a test in Poland, there was a test in Norway, there was a test in Hungary, there's a test, many tests probably in Germany, in the US. So that is less important. The more important is that actually we should really give up our very specific views on that. Rather, I think we should go at some point to do the same therapy dog test. And it's not because anybody would be much better than the other, because there are some minor details, obviously. But I think it's more important to have objective criteria for the evaluation and for the standardization, rather than to discuss whether dogs should meet a stranger for 1 minute or 2 minutes, and whether the stranger should come from the left side or from the right side, and whether the stranger should be this or here or there. Yes, we can make a decision. What is important that the stranger is coming and encountering the dog. And interestingly, all of the tests that I have looked at start with this scenario, with this interaction. So we just have to go for one of those. And then, however, we have to decide now how we make the scenario working, that is easy, could be done without much complicated involvement and so on. And then how we evaluate that situation, and how we evaluate, or how we train, if you like, the evaluators. If we can get these three things ready in place, then actually we have made a huge step forward. Then obviously we should also look for how we can evaluate those dogs. For that, actually, it's very important. It was also mentioned, we should video record the test. I know it's difficult. It should be learned. It's not easy to get a video recording from a dog that is interaction with people or interaction in the environment. We can obviously have that, and PADA, I think, again, gives nice examples of how to do it, and our videos are also examples for what kind of videos you should actually be able to record. And then, what is also not really done, we should share those videos with others, with other evaluators, and then agree on the way how the evaluation is done. And this is, again, important, because lots of these videos are sort of regarded as a secret, what actually happened on them. But that it would be, again, a huge help for the whole community, I think, if people could see that how that dog was tested, and then how obviously after that it was evaluated. So PADA is very, I think, open in offering such a platform that if people are following our guidelines and actually and make a video that is is to the standards of the PADA, then we would be happy to evaluate that. And so, in this way, all the videos done around the world are actually quite comparable on one hand, so they would be evaluated, and probably not just by one evaluator, but by many evaluators. It could also be sort of a joint effort, so everybody could evaluate a video, and then we can see how standard the results are, how reliable the results are. And this could be then improved in sort of training schools and seminars and so forth. And this could be then documented, and then we could eventually answer questions, for example, that was already posed to us, that which breed might be better, or in which country maybe what dogs could be better, because breeds depend on countries as well. But if you just have, let's say, 10 or 100 dogs, such questions cannot really be answered in an easy way. Just also discussing this problem of what I call the personality paradox, that was also mentioned by Christine this morning. And this sometimes actually is not this shown as a paradox, but I think it is, at least in the heads of some people, especially dog owners, and especially because when they find out that their dogs might not perform so well in the therapy working dog test battery as they expected. So the paradox is the following. A person trait, for example, calmness, does not change, is stable across time and space. This is how we define a person trait. This is, I think, everybody should accept it by now. Second statement, dogs with a stable, specific person trait are better for therapy. Yes, this is also a statement that this is what we are assuming. This is why we are doing the selection of the first place. That's why we are doing the test. Some dogs who have a better, in a mean higher values of that specific trait, they might be better for therapy. Otherwise, you wouldn't do the testing at all. Now, the third statement, that what often happens is that if a dog fails the test, let's say is not calm, then it could be retested after some time, after some practice. Basically, the idea here is that, okay, my dog failed because it was not performing according to the test expectancies. Now I do a little bit of exercise with the dog, that's even training in some case, in order to make it calmer. So then I do the test again, and in the hope that my dog will pass the test for the next time. Now, the three statements are somehow in disagreement, because if calmness can be practiced, then it's not stable, so it's not a person trait. Now, well, how do you think about this? So, is this a real paradox? Should a dog be tested repeatedly, really, or should it be not? Well, as usually, such paradoxes in behavior sciences are not yes, it cannot be answered by yes and no, because the answer is complicated, obviously. Well, first of all, some person traits are not 100% stable. So really, there are traits you can improve by extensive influence. It was also mentioned earlier. So yes, if your dog is fearful, you might actually be able to modify this fearfulness by exposing the dog to many such situations and desensitize it, or using different training methods. Now, the problem is always that these dogs who are fearful, and that was very nicely shown in Christine's presentation with the strange and even for me sometimes fearful situations, that this basic fearfulness will not change. So you will never know whether in a specific therapy situation, maybe the dog will not get in a case which is totally new, and whether this baseline fearfulness of a dog would actually be surfacing, and there might be a chance of something bad is happening, which we totally want to avoid if it's possible. And here's the question: when we have many dogs there who actually are passing the therapy test, why are we so inclined to actually use that dog? I mean, there's nothing bad with that dog. It's just that it's not suitable for that work. I mean, many people, think that Maybe you have also this thought that you want, after going for a exhibition of Leonardo da Vinci, you might want to be a painter, and you try and you can train and you might get a very good painting, but you will still not be such a painter. So okay, so you are still a good person. So it doesn't change the value of a dog if it's not passing the therapy test or person test. And again, if you are testing, maybe you decide for whatever reason that you are testing the dog again, then obviously another issue is that the test for that particular dog should be changed, because this dog already knows those situations. So we should put the dog in a new situation to see whether there was any change that might be advantageous for the dog and might actually allow him to go to the next step of maybe training for therapy. And obviously, another thought here is that the choosing dogs for therapy in a person test is only the first step. After this, there's a training that helps a dog in even getting better in the therapy, prepares the dogs for specific situations, and prepares the dog for showing enduring activity in the test, in the work, and so on and so forth. But obviously, we don't want the trainers to work too much, and we also don't want the dog to be trained for too long. It's not just the money, it's also if you are trained for something that you are not really like, that's not a good approach to the problem, because there are other things the dog could do and the other things that the trainer could do, and both of them would be more happier to do that. So I think, again, when you take really seriously that this is work that the dogs have to do, and there is a population that we can choose from, I think it's important here to be more selective. It's important to be stricter and explain to the dog owners who might be disappointed when their dogs are failing in the therapy test, personality test, that it doesn't change the value of the dog, it doesn't change the person of the dog. If they had a happy life so far, you just should continue it, because therapy dog is something special. And I think there are very nice examples for other things. I could also use the example of drivers. I mean, probably 90% of the audience has a driving license, but some maybe you have thought about being a racer for driving racing cars, but that is probably similar. If you would go for such a test, just an introduction test, most of us probably would fail, and we would not probably be very upset in this case, because we are still allowed to drive our cars in a normal situation. So I think that should be also involved here. So actually, to summarize, really for working dogs, it's very important that we select them. We have a personality test that selects those dogs with the most suitable personality that can be then allowed for going on this road and eventually become a working dog in that field. That also happens in many other situations, whether it's about herding or whether it's about guarding. Some people know who are training dogs for detection, how much work is actually put into a dog to detect various odors, and really people want to work with dogs that are really suitable for that task. So we should not be surprised if only a few dogs are good for this work. Second, in order to achieve the next step of testing dogs, I think we would need good testing batteries. PADA is, I think, one candidate. It's not very different from many others. What makes it the difference is that we have here established way of gathering data in an objective way and estimating many personality traits in that system. And these personality traits are actually important for making a good therapy dog. At the end, last, all test batteries, also those who are not not so similar to PADA, different ones, should be evaluated for reliability and validity. And these results should be published, should be made open for researcher or non-researchers. And obviously, as these tests are developed and changed over time, these measures for reliability and validity should be repeated and done time from time again. It's always happening in the medical sciences, it's always happening in the psychological sciences, where treatments or evaluations, diagnostics is always checked and rechecked and improved and validated. And this is basically how things are happening. So there are no stable things, stable tests that are there forever. Some tests are for longer time there, others for short time. So I'm really suggesting that people who are listening to that, they obviously we are very happy, and they should also keep their original testing for dogs. But if they would also adopt the PADA test, that would really help everybody to get a nice way of overview and help in standardizing dog behavior over the world. So these would be my closing words. Thank you very much for your attention, and I think you have still some time for questions. I can answer them happily and also later in writing. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Miklosi. We have two questions, actually three, but two of them were asked by the same person, Melissa Winkle, and I would encourage her to ask the questions live. If Melissa, you agree? There are all the questions so far. I have also one question, but I will ask it a bit later. Also, the first question is related to the definition of calmness in dogs. So Melissa, if you are with us.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. So please.
Okay. So I've been a dog trainer and an occupational therapist that does animal assisted therapy for about 20 years. I'm interested in your definition of what you mean by calm. For example, in my healthcare clinic, I have 4 therapists and 9 dogs. And each one of those dogs have different preferences and different levels of energy. Their use of space is different. Proxemics are different. And I'm asking because my session with kids and teenagers might be very, very active, but my work with senior citizens require very different kinds of things from my dogs. And while all of our dogs are prepared and trained, we really try to make a really good match between, those dogs' preferences and, all kinds of different traits that they have, and match them up not only with our population and the activity, but also with the therapist, because, I guess we see an awful lot of sort of synchrony, the contagion. And so I'm just very interested in what calmness means for PADA.
Okay. Yes, I think it's a good question, and maybe you are not aware, but there were many questions in that single one. So one obviously is that in PADA, how should I explain? So first of all, we didn't define calmness. I mean, calmness was not really, I just use it as an example because this is a personal trait that everybody probably knows about and assumes that this is a stable trait, that dogs are calm, and in most of the personality tests, not necessarily PADA, but others that were designed by researchers, have this calmness or excitability in some sort of a way tested. So, and also I think testing so how calmness is defined. If I would define calmness, it would be now against the idea of the personality test, because the whole idea is that you are taking the measure and then you are using some sort of test to evaluate the features of a dog, and at the end you might actually come up with a label that you call calmness, but this might differ from one personality test to another because other inputs were used. So obviously I don't, so I think in PADA we don't really have a good don't really measure calmness for the moment. we are more interested in the social aspects of the interaction. So as far as we evaluated the test this far, but basically, I think you are also right, and that's what we also were testing, that you could have a more excited dog at the end that is still passing the test, and a calmer dog. And then I think what is really useful here, that you could really, as you also said, match those dogs with regard to the tasks that they have to do. And in therapy work, yes, with obviously if you do this contrast with elderly and young people, a very calm dog for young people might be actually just simply boring, and for elderly people a very exciting dog actually could be very dangerous, because if a dog is jumping around. So I think in PADA you would pick out those dogs quite nicely by how they react to situations, for example, when they encounter another person in the test, and also, for example, there's a situation, and I think later in the afternoon it will be shown, when the dog is encountering many people, and how many interpersonal contact the dog actually takes. Now there you can also measure sort of a calmness in a social situation.
Great, thank you. Can I ask the second part of my question?
Yes, please.
Okay, this one's easier. I have only briefly, like 30 seconds, looked over the scoring sheet, but I'm interested to see if this scoring sheet separates the difference between a fear response versus a startle response, because those are two very different things.
What was the second one? Sorry, Melissa.
So when you're talking about the scoring, and I'm thinking about that video where the dogs went up the stairs and the person was in the dark shadows with a wheelchair. I'm wondering if this evaluation is sensitive enough to distinguish the difference between a dog who has fear versus a dog that startles.
Well, I mean, I think it will be explained in the afternoon. So obviously, all the variables that are involved in the PADA testing have different levels. So the question always is how, and this is what it took us, and still is ongoing sort of, took us, and it always took for everybody, a question, how detailed you actually make the scoring. Because sometimes it's worth to introduce a new variable. Sometimes it's better to have a different level. So with startle and fear, so whether startle, you would assume it's actually even a greater fear level of fear, or whether you introduce startle as an independent behavior reaction, and then you just score for presence or absence. And this again, it's difficult to figure out, because you could have an individual perspective on that experience, that maybe dogs who are startled are not suitable at all. So it would be like a decisive category. So if a dog is startling once during the test, then the dog is sort of out or not passing the test. Or you could just say that, well, startle is a very high level of fear, so it gets a high score. And then those dogs can actually be sort of rescued in a sense that if they're just startled maybe once and they compensate it by, sorry, not fear in other situations, they might still be included. And these are the decisions that, and that's what it's actually important, that we can only figure out the answer to these questions when we do the validity analysis. So that is what actually Christine was also mentioning. And here the critical aspect is that those dogs who are failed or failing in some ways, they are not really trained and tested. So we don't really have the negative part of the validity analysis. We only have the positive part. But then what we could also do is to see the dogs who are not failing, and that's where we would need a large sample, and then see whether if there is a difference between the non-failing dogs, whether the very good ones are much better in the therapy than the not so good ones. So we would need some measure of that. Otherwise, we cannot really decide in advance how we should actually score the dogs. I'm not sure, maybe it's too complicated what I said, but this is always a sort of a back and forth relationship between actually testing and then doing the analysis later on.
Yes, and I also wonder if that would be sort of contextual. Here in my region, it would be very difficult to find stairs in a public space in the first place. We don't have a lot of stairs out here. And then, you know, the dogs, you know, so they just don't have experience with something like that. And so for them to have stairs and then also it be dark and then also an unexpected person in a wheelchair. So I think that there's a little bit of contextual things to think about for different test items that people may not have in their own situations.
Well, I mean, we hoped to make the PADA. That's why we also did it in 3 countries, because at the beginning it was really such a discussion, and that was, I think, also a useful aspect of this project, that it turned out, yes, this is difficult to do in Poland. Oh, our dogs are difficult in Hungary. Wow, that is what. So basically we converged, and that's obviously there are some places maybe that even this would be impossible to do, or to do the same test. But it's what is also important, that we try to always forget about an individual dog or an individual aspect, because otherwise you can't really go ahead if you always take in account, you know, what is the problem. At some point we have to be general in a sense, but obviously that's why we would need the engagement of other people, because I mean, PADA protocol is not something now engraved in stone. So it's obviously a stage, and maybe it's a 1.0 version. So maybe if we could get like 600 dogs, I'm just saying a number, in 2 years, maybe there would be a PADA 2.0 in 2 years time. So, but that's what the whole seminar today is about, to make it started.
Thank you.
Thank you. We still have time for questions. One is from Sarah, and she asked, at what age do you think it is best to test the dogs? I'm assuming the minimum age, or probably the most appropriate age in terms of development.
Yes, as well. I mean, we dogs age in various ways. I mean, obviously mixed dogs or breeds, they get to this adult age late or earlier. Therefore, I think to have a stable response, we decided 2 years of the age would be the best to have this test, because then all the dogs could be adults that have enough experience, and then we assume, I mean, we didn't talk about that personality is a feature of an adult animal. So then we don't really expect a huge change after the age of 2.
Thank you very much. We have 2 similar questions of Rainer and George, who are asking, how do you deal with the fact that testing a dog with PADA or other tests is also testing the interaction between the handler and the dog? Or how do you deal with the assessment of the team? Or is PADA addressing only the dog?
Well, that's true. So I think that is also, how should I say it? So first of all, it's not like that the person is you know, contacting the organization and then the next minute it's tested. So that's what I was also explaining, and Christine was also referring to, that we have an interaction. Usually the trainers from the organization interact with the person. It's explained what to do in the test. We explain also how the handler should behave in the test and interact, whether the dog should be on leash. That's actually also part of the protocol that is difficult to know, because again, even if the organization describes the testing protocol, it's not usually there how the handler was, or whether the handler were actually informed and what they were told about the test in advance. So that should be also included in the description, which is very important, I think. So and that should also be standardized in a way. Now, obviously, I think if the handlers are trained or experienced at different levels, or very different levels, this might be a problem. And but again, I think it's not always the task of the organization to also train the handler as expert. So it's always, you have to decide. I mean, the organization has to decide at some point how much work they want to put in the continuation of this job, and whether they also want to train the handler in order to being an even better handler.
Thank you very much. And I have a question myself, and then I will check again whether more questions are arriving. I was wondering about the diagnostic value of PADA. For example, if you have a dog with learned helplessness, if PADA allows us to identify behavioral signs of this state. For example, the dog might look very calm, accepting everything, but actually learn helplessness.
Well, PADA is not a test that is good. I mean, so we were looking, I think, for the positive aspects. And so that was I think Christine was mentioning that. So we were looking for the positive aspects that we need for the social interaction or the therapy involvement, and much less to all that negative things that might actually be part of the dog's behavior. What we were trying to exclude is obviously anything where the dog could make a specific harm to the person, to the patient. So in that sense, we wanted to exclude aggression and that aspect, but also most tests actually are those are doing. But all the other situations where the dog is really have some behavior problems, but it is like a passive one. So for example, even separation anxiety, that is not interesting because these dogs would be not really showing those positive behaviors anyway. So we just, we're not specifically looking for those traits.
Thank you very much. And we have another question from Marie. She asked about whether there was an age maximum during the preliminary studies.
No, actually not, because we really needed to rely on the owners who volunteered for that. It was actually a big involvement. So I think most dogs were the adult dogs, so from 2 to maybe 10, 8, I don't remember. There maybe at the afternoon people can know more, can tell you more about the actual test and the population that dogs that we are tested, but it was between 2 and 8, most of the dogs.
Thank you very much. I see that there are no more questions in the Q&A section. Maybe some of the panelists or some of the audience, they can raise hand if they have questions.
I see that there are some more questions, for example, from Rainer Wolfart. If you can see it.
Okay, I see the same one. I mean, she posted from the chat in the Q&A section. Is the one asking about the interaction between the handler and the dog, which was already answered by Professor Miklos.
Okay, sorry. And I see that we some people raising hands, so we can allow them to ask the questions.
So, Michael, can you allow them, please?
Yeah.
One by one.
With,
thank you very
Martina.
much.
Okay.
Okay, I think Martina is ready to ask the question.
I'm trying to ask to
Unmute.
unmute. Yes. If not, we will allow Maria if it is the same person or not from the Q&A. I don't know. Okay, so if anybody more wants to ask the question, could also write the chat, and we'll find the person and unmute it. So this is the last chance before the coffee break.
Don't forget that there were many questions answered by Christine Olsen in the Q&A section. And of course, there will be another Q&A session, as Professor Miklos already announced, where you will have the chance to ask questions.
Okay, maybe we will, I see Olga.
On the chat there is question, yeah.
Shall I read one of those?
Yeah, please.
Okay, how is possible define the dog worker profile only for 2 variants? Personally, I think this was just seemed to be a misunderstanding maybe. So obviously that figure, I wanted to show that especially for a therapy dog, you need to select for more personality types or traits. So that means that that's why these dogs are sort of special, because if you select for 3 or even 4 person traits, then only a small population of a small parts of the population is remaining for that selection. So I'm not saying that there are only 2. Actually, in PADA, we also reveal, I think, about 4 at least. And you can also think about even more if you want to have a more detailed analysis. I think, so that was just an illustration on my part.
Yeah, Olga, that was your comment, isn't it? How is it possible to define the dog worker profile only for 2 variants? The personality is a more complex.
Yes, that's what I was asking. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And that will be also discussed in the afternoon by Peter and Andrea, how this is evaluated, and then we can see that there are actually more traits that we are taking into account.
Okay, so I think that, thank you, Professor Miklosi. I think that if there will be more questions, you can save them and ask during the Q&A panel after the whole conference. And now we will have 30 minutes break. So we will start at 1 o'clock with the presentation from Line Sandstedt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm sorry, everybody, for no, I'm talking to Christine on the phone as well. I'm sorry for the bad quality of the video. Is something with my internet as it's not right. So Christine will help me through the rest of the presentation. So hopefully the videos will be better. She just have to download it, so it will take a little time, but I can just start talking. You have now looked at the whole PADA evaluation, and we are now going to look at each step. We start with the exercise meeting with another dog. The first exercise we are going to look at is meeting with another dog. For animals working in animal-assisted interventions, the most important trait is fearfulness, or let us rather say lack of fearfulness. Although fear is an emotional state that is crucial for survival in all animals, increased fearfulness in animals can cause substantial animal welfare problems. Fear may motivate bite injuries, which of course under no circumstances should happen in animal-assisted interventions. Fearfulness can be categorized into social and non-social fearfulness. The social category includes fear of unfamiliar people and other animals of the same species. Animals evaluated to work in animal-assisted interventions should not be afraid of different people or other animals of the same species. The non-social category includes fear and different objects, such as new situation, loud noises, heights, shiny or slippery floor, etc. We know that fear is a general aspect of the dog personality. So if the dog is afraid of another dog, we know that there is a correlation to fearfulness towards unfamiliar persons, and it might be that the dog is generally fearful. As a fearfulness correlation between different measures of aggressive behavior has been found, a dog that shows aggressive behavior in one situation is likely to show aggression in other situations as well. So aggression towards other dogs is unwanted primarily because of welfare issues regarding to the dog itself. Aggression towards other dogs will also affect the other dogs in a bad manner, and people around will also be affected. A client that sees that the dog shows aggressive behavior towards another dog, it might rightly believe that this dog also may show aggressive behavior towards them. Observing dogs lunging towards each other is something many people will react to with fear. Even to observe aggressive behavior between dogs a long distance away, or for example through a window, can be quite traumatic for people. And Christine, how are you going on with your download?
It's almost finished.
That's fine.
5 seconds, yeah.
5 seconds, that's good. Because then you can show them a little bit of the film, of the clip. There.
So then I will press play.
Yeah, but Christine, can you stop video for a second? Yeah, because we see a whole pool pinked. Oh, and it would be nicer if you put the video on the whole screen. Okay, and we probably it is okay like now.
Yeah. There we saw the meeting of the dog. Thank you, Christine. And this dog didn't react any special. He just passed it and wanted to say hello. So it was nice. The next thing we do is meeting with an evaluator. Sociability is the animal's willingness to interact with friendly strangers under different circumstances. Adam had talked about it today, and so has Christine. Some dog owners misunderstand submissive behavior and interpret a dog that climbs on people and or licks them in the face as very social. You can think about the golden retriever you saw earlier today. Most often dogs that behave like that seek social support in situations they feel uncomfortable in, which means that they are fearful and not necessarily social. This is a handling and responsiveness test to observe social fear. The dog's reaction to the stranger is tested and described. We look at how the dog reacts when he must wait while his owner is talking to another person. Is the dog stressed? Is he nervous? Does he want to interact with an unfamiliar person? Does he wait calmly by the owner's side? A change in locomotor activity may be a sign of stress in the novel situation. Handler and the dog approaches a passive person whom the dog has not met earlier. The evaluator greets the handler and shakes his hands, after which he greets the dog. This video is taken during the corona pandemic, so there was of course, no handshaking. Then the dog is being called and invited to interact with a stranger. You will see this in a minute. Here we are looking for the dog's stability in facing strangers, the dog's interest in strangers and the ability to maintain contact with these, the dog's assertiveness in social situations, the dog's boldness in situations where it is handled by strangers. You're welcome, Christine. Here we see the dog is just coming up the stairs, and Christine is talking to the owner and telling her about the test and what we are supposed to do and so on. And we observe the dog, how he is doing when we're just talking and not we direct our interest to him. Here, Christina almost forgot that it's the corona pandemic, so the owner cannot fill in their own personal information. And of course, we tell the owner not to jerk the leash, but sometimes they do anyhow. So, and here I say hello to the dog. Then you can stop, Christine. In animal-assisted interventions, dogs are being handled by clients with different challenges, and even if we do our best to teach our clients how to behave around dogs, it can be a situation where the client willingly or unwillingly behaves inappropriate according to the dog or inflicts the dog some pain. The evaluator does a veterinary examination on the dog. He looks at the dog's ears and mouth. He touches the dog's feet and tail, and then he dominates the dog, standing over it and lifting it up in the front. Small dogs can be lifted up completely. The evaluator pinches the dog a little in the fur, as if a person passes the dog and trips, and suddenly grabs the dog so the person don't fall. Some dogs tend to pinch if someone inflicts the dog pain or discomfort. These warnings are not hazardous, but in a dog working in animal-assisted interventions, they are totally unacceptable. The dog's ability to bite inhibition is why bites on human usually not cause major damage. It's very important for the safety of any conflict between dog and man. Then Christine, you can. Being able to reset and forgive are a valuable trait in animal-assisted interventions. Here we are checking if the dog can shake off the bad experience. You can stop it, Christine. The bad experience, and if it's willing to forgive and return after he has been handled. And here we see that he does forgive my clumsy handling of him, so that's nice to see. This exercise is based on the open door test developed by Calvin S. Hall. And here we let the dog walk into a new room and stay there with a handler. We have an empathy test, a screaming and knocking. This open door test is usually used to assess general locomotor activity, anxiety, and willingness to explore in animals. In this situation, we evaluate the dog's boldness. Boldness will influence the dog's tendency to explore and fearlessness. Boldness may influence behavior in many aspects of life. In animal-assisted intervention, we want the dogs that are bold, curious, interested in their environment, and that seek contact with people on their own initiative. This simple test tells us something about all the mentioned traits. Curiosity, fearlessness is one of the 5 personal dimensions. Fear of unfamiliar people and fear of new situations are highly correlated in dogs, and they are both considered to be signs of generalized fear. Dogs vary in their response to novel situation and unfamiliar people, with reaction ranging from extreme fearfulness to high sociability and curiosity. Dogs working in animal-assisted intervention ought to be in the last category, highly sociable and curious. Curiosity in potential fearful situation is measured in this exercise. We open a door and the dog is free to enter by himself. Then Christine, you can start Phil. All the people attending the evaluation is sitting still and is not supposed to and are supposed to ignore the dog when he enters the room. The handler also remains in the same position during 3 to 5 minutes with the dog off leash in a room. The dog's activity level during this period is described. In this case, we'll look at the dog's activity level in a non-stimulating situation and its excitability level when being stimulated. Exploratory behaviors may be differentiated into 2 separate behavior mechanisms, locomotor activity and stimulus reactivity. The latter factor involves reaction to a novel stimuli. These responses to a variety of stimulus objects range from excessive avoidance to overly assertive investigation and contact with the objects. Here we test the dog's social sensitivity. It is found that dogs understand human emotions and is hypothesized that dogs with these skills could be more successful working in animal-assisted interventions. The non-social category of fearfulness includes fear of different objects such as situation, loud noises, etc. Suddenly high noises are something that can occur when working with dogs in animal-assisted intervention. That's why this Some dogs tend to quickly define an area as his or hers and thereby guard the area. Dogs in animal-assisted... you can stop, Christine. Dogs in IAA should not bark loudly or defend a room, its handler or client if someone suddenly enters the room. Having a dog with a lot of noise like barking or whining in animal-assisted interventions can be a challenge. High barking is very disturbing and can be both frightening and annoying for clients, staff and others. For clients using hearing aids, sharp noises can be very uncomfortable. And then we look at the dog's interest towards the human when called, like you see now. The dog willingness to interact with strangers is of course essential in animal-assisted interventions. And even though this is an inherited trait, the dog may learn to have positive expectations to social interactions with humans. Here we also check if the dog can shake off bad experiences and if it's willing to forgive and return after the evaluator's strange behavior so far in the test. Yes, Christine, then you can finish it.
Det trenger ikke noe engang. Ja, nå ble det det. Ja, kan du bare koble den vannet? Ja, nå ble det der han eller?
Now we can stop. Thank you. The novel object test is often used to test free exploration and provide the animal the opportunity to explore a novel object. The behavior of the animal, time spent exploring the novel object, and overall locomotor activity is registered during a determined period of time. Dogs should, like us humans, have a work day free from fear and stress. Unfamiliar objects are something that can pop up everywhere. We are not able to adapt a dog to all unknown objects that they may encounter in everyday life. The dog's reaction to the approach of the novel object is measured. And the novel object is a stranger in a wheelchair moving slowly towards the dog who is walked on a leash. The evaluator is staring straight forward. Dog can react to fear in several ways. The dog shows displacement signals. The dog can freeze. The dog chooses to flee from what is frightening, or the dog can defend itself. Here we see that the dog is curious and checks up on the person in the wheelchair. The evaluator in the wheelchair, me, should have moved a little bit further ahead so that it would be easier to pass. Thank you, Christine. Crutches falling down is supposed to be similar to a high metallic noise. The dog's startle reaction, avoidance, and approach behavior is described. If the dog does not investigate the stimuli on his own, the handler is instructed to move towards the stimuli in steps until the dog investigates the crutches. The dog has an ability to summarize horror experiences and all impressions the dog meets. This means that if a dog has become scared and quickly exposed, which again makes it scared, those feelings will just add together. Because of this, it can sometimes be difficult to determine exactly what a dog reacts to. It is important that a dog used in this kind of work has the ability to shake off these bad feelings quite quickly, because you do not know when they are being exposed again. Christine? By walking the dog forth and back, we give the dog the opportunity to shake off the experience. How long time it takes before the dog is reset again will vary from dog to dog. There are dogs that will not be able to reset, and the PADA evaluators have to decide when it's time to stop. Here we can see that the owner is instructed to sit down between the crutches and look at them. We also sometimes tell the owner to tap their fingers on the floor to help the dog to investigate. And some of you may think, what is the point of exposing the dogs to these harsh situations? And the answer is, like Christine said earlier today, dogs that work in animal-assisted intervention will be at risk of meeting unknown objects and very high unfamiliar noises in the line of work. Therefore, it's important to see how the dog reacts to these kind of stimuli. Thank you. This exercise we have called jump on a bed. This exercise tests the dog's environmental sureness when jumping from the floor to a more challenging surface like a mattress. Social contact with a stranger is introduced again. In addition to social contact, the dog's proximity is tested. How does the dog feel being forced to be close to a stranger? Proximity is something that evolves in maturation, both in humans and dogs. Children and puppies and young dogs are dependent on nursing, and they have therefore no large body zones. This is why it is not possible to assess young animals and determine what body zones they are going to get as an adult. The size of the body zone will depend on breed, the individual, and on the situation. You can just click the film, Christine. Here we test several factors. The dog must be able to lose their footing and adapt to a new surface, execute commands without being on the floor, and make social contact with a stranger. We do not see any difference in behavior in dogs that are allowed in the couch or bed at home, compared with the dogs that live in homes where they are not allowed to enter the bed or the couch. Here we are looking for if the dog is calm, is he stressed, or does he want to get out of the situation. And we can see that this dog didn't like it that much. The next exercise, I take the dog's leash and take a short walk with the dog without the handler. During the walk, the evaluator walks in difficult environments, in this case, a dark staircase, after which he returns to the handler with the dog. The dog's behavior when separated from his handler is described. Here we both test social and non-social fare. We can see this dog willingly following me out of the room and down the stairs. Christine, you can just click it again. And stop. Most interventions where dogs work in animal-assisted intervention also acquire some learned skills. Responsiveness to training is the degree to which a dog is willing to work with people, its playfulness, and how quickly they learn. It can be mapped by, for example, rating playfulness, overall reaction to the environment, engagement, etc. Dogs who work in animal-assisted intervention should also have good everyday obedience. The team should act as a model of good dog care. Of course, trainability can be a part of the dog's personality. A general trainability factor is difficult to find. Performance is influenced by a range of task-specific factors as well as several personality traits. The results suggest that low fearfulness, playfulness, and excitability may predict training success. You can click, Christine. Here the dog is asked to obey simple commands as sit and lay down. This is not to test the dog's obedience, but rather to see if the dog, after being exposed to all this stimulus, still has the cognitive ability to listen to its owner. Thank you. Playfulness is also something we test in the PADA. Playfulness probably sets the value of play as a reinforcer, which gives the playful dog that the playful dog might be easier to reward than a less playful dog. Chasing is the dog's motivation to run after and catch something. For dogs used in animal-assisted interventions, it is often needed that the dog can fetch a ball or something that should be collected and brought back to the client. A dog possessing adequate hunting instinct is also easier to train than a dog with very little or no hunting instincts. And this is because one then can use different types of reinforcers, such as a ball, rag, or more. Play is also a nice way for a dog to relieve the pressure that may have built up during the session. Dogs with extreme hunting instincts may be difficult to control. They look at everything that moves as a potential prey. A dog used in animal-assisted intervention must be controllable. The handler must be able to stop the dog's behavior and redirect or adjust it. You can click, Christine. But the most important reason why we look at playfulness is that playfulness is a good way to assess the dog's emotion, as most dogs only play if they are not afraid. If the dog normally plays in these situations, and now they do not, this indicates that dogs is not completely at ease with the evaluation. We also check the dog's ability to defend something it might consider a resource. This has already been checked when the stranger approached the dog and its handler, in the passive situation where the stranger knocked on the door, and in the play situation. A dog can defend its resources, food, toy, owner, and more with a glance, a threatening body, language, growling, barking, snarling, snapping, and biting. Dogs who defend their resources should not work in animal-assisted interventions. You can click. In an intervention, someone can drop a cake on the floor and bend down to take it up, and there is the dog. It can happen so fast that the handler of the dog does not see it, and this tends to be a dangerous situation if the dog sees the cake as a resource and it's guarding it. You can just let it go, Christine. A group of people might be very threatening for the dog. The dog's behavior is described when a group of people pile together around the dog. This test assesses the dog's reaction to a crowd or unfamiliar people and proximity, and tells us about the dog's level of social fear. This is the last exercise in the PADA evaluation. Can I share my screen, Michal, with the presentation, and Christine, maybe you can go out of it?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Fantastic. I just have to wait a little bit, so I just have to click through this. It's a little summary. A test like this is meant to be a tool for prediction of behavior. Knowledge of future ways of acting in different situations is valuable in selection of potential dogs for animal-assisted interventions. Dogs that are generally fearful appraise threats in a range of situations. It's assumed that they often experience negative emotions such as fear and anxiety, and thereby low quality of life. I don't believe that these dogs should work in animal-assisted interventions, and it's our obligation to make sure that the animal welfare is protected the very best we can. Here is the summary of the border collie Hero that we have just seen through the evaluation. Harry is a safe and calm dog. He is obedient and lovable. He is recommended for further training in animal-assisted interventions. The PADA protocol is a suitability evaluation. Dogs that are going to work in animal-assisted intervention should also, together with a handler, have a practical test, depending on what kind of interventions they are going to work with. So this is just to say if we think that a dog is capable of training to animal-assisted interventions, and there will be another test, a practical test in the end. The protocol consists of different exercises, as you have seen, that is going to be evaluated one by one, and at the same time the dog is evaluated throughout the whole test. For example, even if we think that play is an important trait of an animal-assisted interventions dog, the dog will not fail the test just because it does not play. The whole test has to be taken into consideration before we can say something about a dog's personality, and then we can recommend a dog to further training or not. In the end, the evaluator should write a short summary of the dog's perceived personality, and in the end recommend the dog for further training or not recommend it to further training. Sometimes if the dog is tested very young and we think that it will be more mature after some time, or if we suspect the dog is not healthy, we can give the owner one more go at the evaluation. I hope that this has given you a better insight in the PADA evaluation and that you are curious on learning more about it. And I apologize for the bad internet connection in the start. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, dear Lina. Congratulations. You were very in time with the collaboration of Christine. We thank her too.
Thank you.
And there are some questions. I will read part of them, and I will also ask some of the attendees if they want to pose them live. So first question comes from Dr. Risa Sanfleet, and it's a very interesting question. It's in regards to the PADA development, whether you have controlled, or maybe are planning to, whether you have control for the order of some items. I mean, for example, one item might act as a trigger for the next reaction.
Christine? Christine, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Can you answer that?
Yeah, it was it about the odor?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the smell. Yeah. No, not exactly. So in this video, it seemed like there was a bitch previously, and the dog both was sniffing as an appeasement signal, but also because he was interested. But in my experience, we can actually differ the reason why the dog is sniffing, because we see the dog in so many different circumstances, so that we can see if it's if it's appeasement signal or if it's actually something interesting there. Okay.
Thank you very much. The second question comes from Maria, whether there are some suggestions from you or recommendation about the equipment for the dog during the PADA testing, like collar, leash, chairs, whatever.
Yeah,
needed.
it's we're having a broad collar, not I don't know what it's called actually. Do you know, Christine, in English? Strupebånd?
Yeah, so not a choke collar.
No,
not a choke collar.
Just a normal collar for the dog, and a leash about 1.5 to 2 meters. Yeah, and the rest is in the PADA protocol book. It stands what equipment the test requires.
Excellent, thanks a lot. The next one comes from Sabina, and she's wondering whether dogs from the shelter have the chance to pass the test and work with people. And she says that she's at the beginning of her journey in dog-assisted therapy. And she wonders whether only selected pure breed dogs can be trained.
Of course, if the personality is right, the dog will pass the PADA evaluation and can be trained further. So we don't look, it's the personality for the dog is not what have happened before or later or so on, but the personality of that dog. If that is good, you can train it further and you can see if you can pass the practical test in the end. But of course, dogs with a lot of trauma should not work in animal-assisted interventions. They should be in ordinary family dogs and are happy with that.
The other one is from anonymous attendee, and she wonders whether the dog at the point of the wheelchair situation knows the person in the wheelchair good enough not to be scared because they simply interacted before.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. The internet connection was a little bit bad on my side.
Sorry, Lina. So you had the wheelchair situation, and the attendee is wondering whether the dog didn't know already, the person in the wheelchair to express, fear or to be scared because they already interacted.
Yeah, the dog has already interacted with me the whole time, and I think that is quite essential. That is the same person handling the dog in the start, like this rough handling and screaming and so on, and in the wheelchair, because it says something about the dog's ability to reset again and be natural and forgivable. Yeah.
Yeah, Christine, please.
Yeah, because and very interesting observation is that dogs that are fearful, they actually do not recognize the handler or the helper, the tester. So because they are afraid of the unfamiliar situation, it's a little bit dark and it's a strange situation. And because they are afraid, they don't use their senses. Because a dog that is not fearful, they will sniff the person and actually recognize her or him as the person they met earlier. And I think that's a good indication that if a dog is at ease with the situation or not.
Thanks a lot. And for the next question, I will ask Katarina H. if she would like to get unmuted. Michael, if you can unmute Katarina, we will ask her to ask you directly the question. Thank you very much, because the question is preceded by some comments.
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering if there is an interview with the dog handler afterwards or in advance to see where the dog exactly is working, because with me working at a school, some of the items I think my dog would score differently if it was tested with the children, for example, or I appreciate some of the reactions you said that is not wanted, like being treated in an appropriate way that the dog returns to the client. And I think that it's quite a lesson for my students that the dog is not returning to them when being handled inappropriately.
Yeah, can I answer that, Lina?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I really understand what you're saying, and I know that is very much used in animal-assisted coaching, for instance. So I think Adam had some nice slides about it when he was talking about how you can test bite inhibition. So you had this doll, and you had this bag with big eyes, and you had this stuffed dog. And this is the same, that we assess boldness and exploratory to see if the animal is secure and if it's interested in interacting with unfamiliar objects. And I think that's a generalized thing. So it actually doesn't matter if it's a child or if it's a doll or if it's a grown-up, because we want to assess more the inborn traits of the dog. So that is the answer of the first question. And for the next question, if the dog should avoid people who have treated him bad. Yes, absolutely. In some cases you would that, but in other cases, perhaps that child would be really, really sad if they did something wrong, but they didn't mean to, like they were tripping and fell off over the dog, and they really didn't mean to harm the dog. And in that circumstances, you would like the dog to overcome the negative emotions and actually approach the child again. So I think we would like dogs that can overcome it, but also that can be trained to not go back if you say that they shouldn't.
Yeah, I agree with you, Christine, because also think about the welfare of the dog. If the dog in a way gets so scared that it won't say hello to the children anymore, the feeling in the dog is not good. So I think it's important that the dog is able to forgive. And then as a handler, you can give the dog a little signal that stay there, don't come here. From the view, I think that is much better for the welfare of the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, definitely. But do you ask the handler afterwards or while testing about those situations?
Yes, we always have an interview beforehand.
Okay, perfect.
Where we talk to them, and then we have an interview afterwards, and we talk to them a lot. And then this is just a training. We just see if they're suitable for training, and then they're coming to this practical test, and then we can have another kind of setup, actually.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think we have another 1 minute, but there are many questions also in the chat in the Q&A section. So I will probably ask the next one from Georgia. Are you going to present how are you going to train and evaluate the handler?
How we are evaluating the handler, yes. This is just a suitability test for the dog. And then the handler needs education. And then the handler needs a theoretical exam and a practical exam together with the dog to be certified. So I think I really have to say that this is just a suitability test for the dog, for the training further for animal-assisted interventions. And then there is a lot of education and tests in the end. Yeah.
And another short one, we have a couple of seconds. How do you choose to keep, for some sequences, to keep the dog in leash or without the leash?
Christine?
Yes. So in the beginning, we have it in leash just for practical reasons. It doesn't have to be that, but and if the dog really doesn't want to be in the situation, we close the test and the dog is allowed to stop everything. In the explorative test, where you have first the open door test and then the open field test, we have the dog off leash, so the dog is free to investigate the room and explore everything.
Thank you very much. So, thank you. And I think, Michael, you have the floor to announce the next speaker. Thank you, Lina and Christine.
Thank you yourself.
Thank you. I see that there are a lot of more questions, even some with the controversy about the welfare of the dog during the test. I think that's a very interesting topic, and we will be able to answer those questions after the Judith and Andrea part during the question and answer panel, because it could take some time. So now I think Andrea will start the presentation.
Yeah, I cannot start my video, Michal. You should.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. So I share my screen. Okay. It's a bit slow, but okay. So do you see it? Is it good?
Yeah,
okay.
It looks good, so you can continue.
Yeah, thank you. So welcome, everyone. My name is Andrea Temesi. I'm an assistant research fellow at the Eötvös Loránd University. Let me introduce my colleague, Judith Abdai, who is a research fellow in the same department, the Department of Ethology. In our lecture, we provide detailed information about the PADA scoring sheet that highlights the behaviors that should be assessed in each exercise, how to use the sheet, and how to evaluate the final scores. First, I will talk about some essential principles that are important to understand before someone starts using the scoring sheet. I will then mention the difficulties we faced when we developed the scoring sheet. All behaviors in the sheet belong to a specific factor that describes a category of behaviors. I will comprehensively characterize these factors, their interpretation and significance. After, we will talk with Judith about the behaviors associated with each factor and their evaluation. So let's start with the important principles. First, it's important to highlight that our task during the evaluation is not to decide whether the dog is good or not, because all dogs are good dogs. However, not all dogs fit to be involved in animal-assisted intervention. It's important to keep in mind that by not allowing a dog unfit for animal-assisted intervention, we do not say that the dog is bad, but we protect a good dog to be continuously involved in a stressful situation. It's important to note, however, that the scoring sheet cannot be prepared for all circumstances or all behaviors that may occur. Dogs may display some behaviors that indicate stress or aggression, but the behaviors are not listed in the sheet. Thus, by assessing the specific behaviors given in the sheet, it's also important to take notes about these additional behaviors or circumstances that may influence the evaluation. It's also important that the evaluators always need to be objective during the evaluation. So they always need to score all behaviors that occur. Meaning that if you see that the dog is yawning, you need to indicate it irrespectively of whether you think that it was the sign of distress or something else. It's impossible to say it for sure why exactly the dog displayed the specific behavior in a specific moment. If you still consider that the indicated behavior occurred due to another aspect of the environment or inner state, after giving the score, you can indicate these opinions in the comment section as an important addition to the dog's behavior displayed in the specific exercise, which can help you to evaluate the dog. So the scoring should be objective, interpretation should be avoided when determining score values, but can be done in the comment section. It's important to emphasize that there are no strict point limits when it comes to evaluation, but the scoring system can help you to have a more objective view about the dog's behavior. For example, the dog only shows a specific behavior once or twice. This will be apparent in the summary, and thus will not have major effect on the evaluation. It may also happen that during the specific exercises, you may feel that the dog only showed 1 or 2 stress signals, but at the end, the score may reveal that the situation was much worse as you felt. So you will see in the summary that the behavior occurred multiple times, which may shift your earlier view. The scoring sheet helps to see if there's a severe behavior problem, for example, aggression or intense stress, that exclude the dog from being suitable as a therapy dog. It also helps to decide to both the trainer and the handler whether they would like to continue the work with the dog, what areas are worth focusing on, and how much work is ahead of them. It's important to, however, that without point limits, it is the responsibility of the evaluator whether he or she recommends the dog for further training in AAI. In case the dog does not have low scores, the decision is easier. However, in case of low, especially extreme low scores, it is suggested for the evaluator and the handler to sign a document that they are aware of low scores and they recommend the dog despite it. We definitely recommend recording the test with a camera. The video of the test and the completed scoring sheet confirm that the dog has been properly evaluated. As I mentioned, we faced difficulties when we were developing the scoring sheet. Individual differences, of course, can occur between dogs. For example, a particular dog expresses stress with some different behavior than those listed in the sheet. Or it just shows the behavior classified to the stress behavior, but for that particular dog, the behavior is not caused by stress. It's definitely difficult to assign scores to the specific behaviors evaluated during each task. The scoring sheet shows that we select the dogs in a more negative direction. So we focused on behaviors that are not favorable for a therapeutic dog. For example, it is too sensitive to unknown strange noises. But it's also an important evaluation criterion if, for example, the dog remains calm in a given situation, but an expected social behavior does not appear. In this case, the question arises as how comfortable the dog feels in the given situation, which is an important aspect, but it's very difficult to form an exact definition of comfortability. Or we wanted to evaluate the overexcited behavior experienced by several dogs during our measurements, which again makes it very difficult to write an accurate definition and assign specific scores. Of course, our goal was to create a scoring sheet with that any evaluator in the world should evaluate the same dog in the same way based on the definition and description, but this goal is very difficult to achieve. Christine showed you these videos previously, but we can watch it again, I think. This is a Hungarian dog, Floyd, who was very, very excited. He's a very good example for the overexcited behavior. The task was that the dog should jump on the bed and lie down next to the evaluator, but with him it was quite complicated. Okay, so let's see the factors. All behaviors listed in the scoring sheet belongs to a specific factor that describes a category of behaviors that helps you to make the decision about the dogs. We attempted to collect behaviors that are generally true for a given factor. We identified 6 factors. The first one is the obedience of the dog. The second one is the environment. This factor measures dogs' reaction to a novel environment, novel non-social element of the environment, and sudden social or non-social loud noises. Obedience and environmental factors can be greatly improved by training, but an important feedback for the trainer, evaluator, and the handler how much work is needed. Sociality toward dogs. This factor provides information about whether the dog can be involved in animal-assisted intervention work when other dogs are present. Sociality toward humans. So this is the dog's social behavior displayed toward an unfamiliar human. High score indicates that the dog is comfortable being involved in a social interaction with unfamiliar humans, whereas low score may indicate that even though the dog may not show stress or aggression, the dog is not comfortable interacting with strangers. Thus, although the dog may be trained and can handle the situation, it does not necessarily like it, or it does not necessarily interested in interacting with the human, which are important feedbacks. The stress-related behaviors. This factor measures several behaviors that occur when the dog is stressed. This is one of the most important factors to take into account in the evaluation from the viewpoint of animal welfare. Aggression-related behaviors. This factor measures aggressive behaviors of dogs displayed toward humans. This is the other really important factor to take into account. However, however, here even one or two behaviors displayed during the exercise once or twice should lead to the exclusion of the dog. Okay, so I will continue with the assessed behaviors and the scores. So all behaviors are assigned with a negative, a 0 or positive score between -2 and +1 points. At the end, you will see the summary of these scores within the factors. NA should be used when the specific behavior cannot be measured because the situation itself did not occur. For example, you cannot measure whether the dog lay down on the bed if the dog did not even jump on the bed. Question mark indicates those situations when you cannot make a decision right away, for example, because your view was blocked. In these cases, you have to check the video recording of the mental test following the test to give the proper score. Of course, giving -1 for two behaviors does not mean that the two behaviors have the same weight. Giving -1 point for yawning and giving -1 point for growling, of course, do not have the same weight. This information is handled by separating the behaviors into different factors. Do not compare factors. Score values make sense within factors. Here you can see a piece from the scoring sheet just to show how does it look like, the sections we have. The first column shows the name of the exercise and the list of the behaviors that should be evaluated. Each factor has a different color. At first view, it may seem complicated to use the sheet, but after evaluating 2 or 3 dogs, the evaluator is much more practiced and faster with it. In the second column, practically, we have highlighted that part of the protocol that needs to be evaluated and that part of the protocol that is particularly important in order to be able to evaluate the dog's behavior in the given task. In the third column, we define the behavior that should be evaluated if it's not absolutely clear. Of course, mouse licking does not have to be defined, but it's already worth the avoiding. The fourth column lists the possible outcomes of the behaviors and the scores associated with them. The next column contains the factors where the scores belong to. Here you can do the scoring as I showed you previously. And the last column is the comment section. I mentioned it previously as well. So the scores of the sociality toward dogs, obedience, environment, and sociality toward humans factors, of course, provide important information, but these may have less weight in the evaluation. Regarding the information they provide, it's not necessary to break down the overall scores into details. However, the analysis of stress and aggression factors should be more strict and assessed in details. Here you can see the behaviors belong to the stress and aggression factors. We try to give short names to mark the behaviors, and we try to choose behaviors for each factor that are easy to recognize. These behaviors should be observed and scored in all exercises. So start with the stress-related behaviors, barking or other type of vocalization, tail between legs, yawning and or shaking, lip licking, low body posture, which means not just that the tail is between the legs, but it's a generally low body posture, ears are down, and so on. And I mentioned the overexcited behavior, which means that, for example, the dog is running around, jumping, licking, breath very fast. it's important that having low scores from only yawning or from only licking the mouse may have less weight, but having the same score for several different stress-related behaviors is highly important. The aggression-related behaviors are growling, snarling, or bite attempt, snap. We suggest that in case the dog bites, display bite attempt or snap, the dog should not be recommended for further training as it can be dangerous in a therapy situation. Although the dog may be trained to stop showing these behaviors, the underlying inner state may not change, and thus the behavior can be elicited later as well. Okay, so for my part, thank you for the attention. Now I give the floor to Judith, who will talk about the behavior that should be evaluated for each task. So I stop sharing my screen. Yeah, I stopped. Judith, you can continue.
Yeah, hi, hi everyone. I hope you hear me, and I share my screen now. And okay, something went wrong here. Okay, do you see? Oh, I hope you still see the full screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
everything is okay now. We can hear you, and we also can see the presentation.
Okay, great. And just, sorry, somehow it's at a different place where it should be, which I don't quite understand. Okay, now it should be where we left off. So it's really important to emphasize at the beginning that this is a work in progress. So we're not saying that this is the full thing and the scores are the scores that we are giving, and these are all the behaviors that we are testing, and we are not even thinking about other behaviors, other scoring system or anything. So please, please keep in mind that this is a work in progress, and of course we have a lot more work to do, for which probably we would need even more data. Regarding the behaviors that we are testing, as Adam already said previously, the dog can show many different behaviors in the same situation, which all tells us information. However, if we have to assess all these behaviors separately, then it's not just a lot of work for the evaluator, but they can give us information that another behavior maybe give us as well. And also with this, we would also make the chance higher that that the evaluator makes mistakes, for example. So in the following, I will go exercise by exercise and introduce you the specific behaviors we assess in each exercise. As Andrea said, stress-related and aggression-related behaviors were observed in all cases, in all exercises. So I will not write these behaviors on the slides, but please keep in mind that they are always there. Of course, we don't necessarily expect these behaviors to occur in every single situation, but just because we don't expect it, it may still happen, and we really need to take care of these behaviors, either to protect the person they will interact later, and also extremely importantly, to protect the dog as well. I will also show some videos, which of course you have seen before in Lina's presentation. But now I don't want to talk about the protocol or why we are doing the task specifically, but focus on the behaviors that we assess. I will show the same dog most of the time, because I think it is easier to follow that way. But in some cases, I will show different dog if I think that that represents the behavior that we are looking for better, or it's more interesting. regarding the behaviors that you will see, it is really important to evaluate whether the dog enjoys the situation. However, in the scoring, we would like to screen for behaviors that would indicate us that the dog may not be fit for an AAI training. But keep in mind that, of course, it is really important that the dog actually enjoys the situation. I mean, they are dogs; they don't need to pay their bills with this work, and we all just want happy dogs, of course. So here, in case of meeting with the other dog, as in general, we assess all the stress and aggression related behaviors. However, in this situation, it's really specific because we are not checking their interaction with a human, but with a dog, and because of that, we here put it in a different factor than in all other cases. Regarding the definitions on the screen, I will only write the definitions where it contains multiple behaviors. So for example, in case of reaction to the other dog, it's not the behavior itself, but we define the behavior here. But in all other cases, I will not show you these simply because I don't want to put too much text on the screen, and you will find these in the handbook. So regarding meeting with the other dog, the scores that you see, it was intentional that we did not put it in the PADA handbook because, as I said, this is a work in progress. And also right now, what I want you to focus on, not the specific point that we give, but more like the level that we give. So for example, as a reaction to the other dog, the two main behaviors that we are looking for are whether the dog tries to avoid the other dog by moving away, or whether the dog freezes. So if the dog moves continuously without hesitation or shows friendly behavior, that's great. That's perfect for us. If the dog avoids the other dog, that is really important to consider. However, if the dog have a more intense reaction by freezing, that is something even more important to consider, and thus we think that it should be taken into account more strictly. So the score differences within the same behavior or behavior category will usually indicate this notion in the following as well. In the videos that I will show you, you will see the same scenario just from different angles. So here the dog that enters the room is our subject. You could see Floyd in previous videos. The dog shows friendly behavior and moves continuously, so everything is fine. Regarding meeting with the evaluator, other than the stress and aggression related behaviors, because as I said, we are measuring those all the time, we assess whether the dog shows avoidance to the person. And this is practically a simple yes or no response. Here we consider avoidance if the dog moves away from the approaching evaluator, from the unfamiliar person. But of course, this is in the factor that contains social behaviors displayed toward human. So here you can see Floyd, the person enters there, and the dog so far seemed to be fine. The unfamiliar person pets the dog, and the dog accepts it, even approaches the person. So it's fine. So here we again screen for avoidance. In case of the rough handling, the most important is to focus on stress and aggression related behaviors, of course. Other than this, we identified another behavior that can tell us a lot about how the dog handles the situation. And this is whether the dog moves away, tries to move away. This means that the dog is moving to the opposite direction as the evaluator, trying to escape from the situation. If it happens once or twice during the whole period, that indicates something and we should score it. But if the dog shows it even more often, or not more often, but continuously for a longer period of time, and under longer, I don't mean minutes, I mean seconds, that is extremely important to consider. So here you can see Floyd, and you can see that the dog shows actually several stress behavior and moves away continuously in a way that I can't even start the examination. And most of the time, I actually, when the dog moves away, I let the dog to move away. Only stop sometimes, which in case of which the dog stops. But when I feel that the dog really wants to move away, I let the dog move away. The dog continuously goes away, comes back, goes away, comes back. But it's really important to assess not just the stress behavior, because of course this moving away probably originates from these stress-related behaviors, but we need to evaluate it in many different levels to be able to see the full picture. In case of calling the dog, here we check how many times the command needs to be repeated, whether the dog comes in for the first or second command immediately, whether the dog needs a bit more time but still comes, or the dog actually doesn't want to approach the person, or at least takes a lot more commands to go. We also check regarding the time, how long does it take the dog, not just how many commands, but how long does it take the dog to go there, whether we see a hesitation, or the dog maybe doesn't even go at all, or it takes extremely a lot of time to go. Here we consider approach as the dog gets within half meter of the caller. We also check whether after, if the dog goes to the person who called them, whether after that they try to leave the interaction practically almost immediately. The assessment of the 3 behaviors alone can say a lot, but it's really important that the 3 behaviors together can give you the full picture about the dog here. So having to repeat the command several times in itself without checking anything else can mean that the dog just simply doesn't obey. However, if there is another issue that the dog doesn't want to approach, you will see it in the approaching when called behavior. And of course, one other thing that can happen, that the dog is extremely obedient, that it may react even for the first or second call, because it's an extremely obedient dog. If you call, it will go there. In this case, we expect that even in the approach behavior, maybe we will see a behavior change. So yes, the dog approaches within 10 seconds, but maybe slower than its typical speed. And even in case of an obedient dog, we would expect the dog to try to leave the interaction immediately. So these 3 behaviors, we believe, gives you the full picture about the dog. And regarding the exercise entering the new room, we assess again several behaviors. We observe first the latency of the dog entering. Here we measure when the dog's last paw enters the room, because a hesitant dog may step, with the first paw inside the room and stops at that point, and it's really important to discriminate between the two as well. We also check here whether the dog initiates interaction with any of the person inside the room. Here we evaluate on the positive side. If the dog doesn't initiate an interaction in that specific situation, it can mean actually a lot of things. But approaching 1 or 2 or even more than 2 persons can mean something positive. Here we define initiating an interaction As the dog gets close to the person within 20-30 centimeter while orienting toward the person, and the dog stops there for 2 or 3 seconds. Why we have 2 or 3 seconds? Because if the person doesn't react immediately, 2 or 3 seconds can be a lot. We also analyze the activity level of the dog. How does it react to the novel environment? We check here whether the dog runs around continuously for a longer period of time without stopping, or maybe even the opposite, that the dog enters the room, lays down immediately, doesn't explore, doesn't go anywhere, just stay where it is before even doing anything. Here we define continuous behavior if the behavior is going on for 15 seconds without stopping the behavior. And as stopping the behavior, we mean if the dog does something else for 5 seconds. So for example, the dog in general more or less running around, but it still stops for 5, 6, or maybe even 10 seconds to explore like one specific place. Yeah, so here you can see on the top, Floyd entering. The dog is off leash, of course. It goes with the owner, stays there for a while. And then after a while, it starts to go around. It's important that in most scenarios, as I said, of course, you can measure a lot of behaviors, but we need to find behaviors that can be defined in a way that 2 people on the 2 different places on Earth would be able to measure the behavior in the same way, so the reliability of the behavior is higher. So if there's a behavior that usually indicates something in the dog, but we cannot define it properly, so it means that 2 different persons would evaluate the same behavior of the dog differently. It means that the specific behavior is not reliable enough to be used in this case. In the empathy test, we check whether the dog initiates interaction with the crying person, meaning that whether the dog gets within 10 centimeters. Here again, if the dog ignores the person or looks at the person but doesn't go there, it's perfectly fine. But we evaluate it positively if in this case the dog approaches. If you don't hear a sound, I actually intentionally muted all the videos because I know that I'm talking under it and it would be really confusing. So in this case, of course, we give the dog a bit of time. And here again, the behavior that I'm talking about is whether the dog approaches the person, but important that here we again check all the stress behaviors and aggression-related behaviors as well. But these we assess separately, because at the end, they together will give the full picture. In case of the sudden noise like a scream, we expect dogs to react by at least looking up. Here it doesn't matter, so we don't measure whether the dog actually looks at the person who screamed, because in many cases it would be really difficult to identify the person, and also we don't really think that that aspect would be extremely important in this case. And here, based on our previous data from previous dogs and previous scoring, we actually found that dogs that in this situation did not react by looking at any of the person inside the room were later less likely to be recommended by professional evaluators. Whether they approach anyone is, again, if they don't approach the person, that's perfectly fine. But if they approach the person in the social behavior toward humans factor, we, let's say, reward it with a positive point. We think that in this case, if the dog freezes for a second as a reaction for a sudden noise like this, can be fine. I mean, if one of you would start to scream right now, like for a second, probably I would freeze for a second as well. So here we want to check how long the duration of this freezing, meaning that how long does it take the dog to recover from this freezing. If it's only like 1 or 2 seconds, it's fine. You can still indicate it in the comment section, because of course, depending on the specific dog, it can be important. As we said earlier, the scoring sheet cannot handle individual differences, but it doesn't mean that individual differences are not important. They are extremely important, and that's why our evaluators require to have a degree in ethology, and people around have at least 3 years of training in the field to be able to notice these things, notice these individual differences that should be indicated in the comment section, because it can affect your evaluation later. Here, right after the screen, as you can see, the dog reacts immediately, looks there, even goes there. Regarding knocking on the door, here we again use the same recovery from freezing as before. We also give a positive score to the dog if it goes to the person. But it is also important to indicate if the dog moves away, so avoid the entering person. However, if the dog doesn't approach the person, it can be perfectly fine if it's not because of an avoidance. We also check whether the dog jumps on the person. Of course, we assess vocalization, including growling and barking, separately as a stress and aggression related behavior. So we have still those factors as a reaction to the entering person. However, right after knocking, barking or growling is more likely to be the indicator of something else, as a reaction to the knock itself, either to the sound or based on their daily experiences of the notion of what the knocking can mean. Of course, I'm not saying that they cognitively understand these things. I'm saying that based on their daily experiences, they heard a lot of knocking and what happens after. So thus, here we have an extra variable other than these vocalizations in stress and aggression related factor. And we measure this as a reaction to the environment. Here you can see again Floyd, who looks there for the knocking and goes to the entering person immediately, then goes back for a second to the handler, and keeps going with the person. It's important. I mean, I don't see the chat, but I know that previously people asked that in these situations, of course, we could measure how long the duration of the dog spending next to the handler as a support. However, based on our previous assessment, it seemed that there's a huge variability between dogs regarding the potential reasons why they are near the handler. So we simply decided that that is not a reliable factor. Here, calling the dog again, we assess the same behaviors as in case after the rough handling. But of course, in the two cases, as Lina said, it means different things, and dogs and differences in the dog's behavior in the previous one and this one can indicate important things, and that's why we have the this exercise again. But that's why we are using the same evaluation for this to see whether there's a difference. In case of the wheelchair and the crutch, we assess the same behaviors. Again, here what's extremely important is stress-related behaviors and also aggression-related behaviors. In both of these exercises, we check the first reaction of the dog and then the later behavior of the dog. This is really important because the same behavior can mean different things for the first and for the second and the third time, and it's also important to measure separately the initial behavior of the dog and whether that behavior changes how the dog copes with the situation. As a reaction, as a first reaction or later reaction, we measure the same behaviors, which are, we are checking whether the dog withdraws, which we define as the dog stops for a few seconds or even move backward. And the dog only continues the motion if it continues the motion after the handler calls the dog. Of course, in these cases, the handler shouldn't force the dog to go with them. We also check freezing, which is similar as previously, when the dog stops moving completely for more than 5 seconds. Regarding avoidance, here we define as the dog moves away from its original route, away from the wheelchair or the crutch, at least half or 1 meter, or away from the wheelchair and goes behind the owner. Now, one thing that is really important to mention here, that this is a typical behavior that is extremely difficult to define properly, and even if we have a definition that we think is correct, watching how the dog actually behaves many times raises the question whether the dog avoids or is just going on a different route for a different reason. So this is a behavior that is really difficult to define and evaluate. However, it can be extremely important. In these cases, you can indicate in the comment section if you have doubts about your own evaluation, and of course at the end you will be able to take it into account. As approach, we consider if the dog moves toward the wheelchair and getting within 30 centimeters. Here, if the dog approaches the person or moves continuously for the very, very first time as a very first reaction, we consider it as a positive behavior from the viewpoint of the test. If the dog's very first reaction is an avoidance, it doesn't necessarily indicate a huge issue. As we said, I mean, this is a this is a really strange situation for the dog on many different levels. So if the dog's first reaction is an avoidance, that can be fine. However, if the dog shows more intense behavior like withdrawing or freezing, that indicates something extremely important for us. Regarding the later behavior, however, if the dog continues to approach the person, that's perfect. If the dog is fine, move continuously, that's okay. However, here not only freezing or withdrawing, but if the dog continues to avoid the wheelchair or the or the crutch. Here even avoid, we evaluate, let's say, more negatively from the viewpoint of the test. Here, I actually show the same video as you have seen before. Sorry, I know the picture is dark. I try to light it up. This is again Soria. You don't hear the sound, but the dog is growling and later even barks, withdraws, refuses to go. And the same dog with the crutch. And here, of course, I cut the video. It's in these cases, the dog is not just led by like, you know, once back and forth, but here you can also see that it's more often than the light is on. And actually this dog, in case of the wheelchair, for I think the second or the third round, moved toward the person and actually went to the person. Okay, regarding the task when the dog is required to jump on the bed and the person pets the dog on the bed. In case of this exercise, we have several different behaviors to assess within different factors, because they can indicate different things. Here on this slide, you see the ones that we consider to belong to the factor obedience. Here again, we check the number of signals that should be given to the dog, but here we separate it for jumping on the bed and after that for laying down, and we measure whether the dog actually jumped on the bed or didn't jump on the bed. Of course, here, for example, in case of laying down, it doesn't necessarily mean that if the dog doesn't lay down, it's disobedient. Of course, it can be because of the unstable surface. But again, we handle this by measuring other different behaviors as well, which are, in case of laying down, whether the dog lays down, and if the dog lays down, whether it's lying continuously, or even if it sits up, it's only just maybe once for a short time, or the dog from laying continuously goes to sitting, or lays only for a few seconds, or even jump off the bed. It's important that in this case we consider if the dog jumps off the bed before the person starts to pet the dog. Of course, the person is still in vicinity of the dog that can cause jumping off rather than the environment. But these are the things that, until we are not able to actually ask the dog about this, we keep it this way. But we also have the moving away variable, which is more like a reaction to the petting, whether they move away once or twice, or the dog moves away more often, tries to move away continuously, or jumps down. It's important that that in this case, of course, we are measuring how the dog handles being hugged. But I mean, if you see that the dog moves away continuously and wants to get out of the situation, the dog should be able to jump down and escape from the situation. But it's also important to measure that if the dog gets into a situation like this during their therapy work, how do they react to a situation like that? Of course, we're not saying that a person should treat the dog badly or do all these things that we are measuring, and it's really important to educate people about these things, how they should handle a dog. But as we are not able to have an effect on people's behavior 100%, and even if for the same person you say the same thing over and over again, who seems to do it right, even if they do it once, we need to know how a dog reacts in a situation like that. But of course, the handler is not there as a decoration. Regarding the stairs, here again we check the number of comments that should be given, and whether to see whether the dog is hesitant or not. So even if the dog eventually goes with the person, we would be able to see whether the dog hesitated a bit or even more, and eventually whether the dog actually went with the person or not. As far as I remember, someone asked that what to do if you don't have stairs or something. In case of standardization, of course, it's really important that everything should be done in the same way. But on the other hand, for example, we tested a dog who was a really small dog, and the owner indicated that right at that moment the dog had some issues with the legs, so they would prefer not to do the stairs, which of course we were like on board. I mean, of course, we don't want to hurt dog, and in this case, it's just important to keep the elements that we are testing here, which is the owner still gave the leash to the other person, and the other person gave the comment to the dog, and they walked away. And here again, the same dog as you have seen previously. And the dog went for the very first command. And then came back. Oh yeah, and I think I forgot to show the video here, sorry. So it's the jump on the bed, because I forgot. So here you can see that the dog jumps on the bed immediately, but doesn't really lay down, and this is practically before the petting, and jumps off, and it's in this case probably because of the surface. But of course, in some cases, as a professional, you may have the view that it's not the surface, but the vicinity of the person. In this case, it's important to score the dogs as in the scoring sheet, because that can give you objectivity, but it's important to indicate it in the comment section, because if you're not able to say it like you're 100% sure that it was something else, just it's important to have a more objective view, and we hope that this scoring sheet can help. So regarding the sitting down, laying, and standing, here, we again check the number of comments and whether the dog obeys. Here, in case of sitting down and laying, we don't just check whether the dog obeys, but whether they hold the position. So they obey and like go away immediately, or they actually hold the position. So here the owner said the command once, and the dog sat down. And after this, the owner is completely silent, so they don't repeat the command. And we measure it for a longer period of time. Laying required also, I think it was 2 commands, and whether the dog holds the position. and then stand. Regarding the playful behavior, we evaluate positively if the dog plays with the evaluator, and negatively if the dog doesn't play with the evaluator, the dog plays alone. Here we use different type of toys. And Nina already talked about why we are doing this test and what does the dog behavior can indicate here. So here you can see Floyd, who's just running after the toy, take it back to the evaluator. And then we change the toy. Regarding the food task, again, here what's extremely important is to check stress-related and especially aggression-related behaviors. And next to that, we also check whether the dog jumps on the person, whether the dog tries to extort the food from the evaluator, and we check it before giving the food and after taking away the food when the evaluator stands in front of the dog. So here you could see that the dog jumped before, but for example, not after taking away. Okay, and last but not least, the crowd, when the dog is approached by several people at the same time, we assess, again, other than stress and aggression related behaviors, whether the dog jumps on the person, on the approaching person, or tries to avoid, tries to move away from the situation. Here again, it is quite difficult many times to see the avoidance behavior, simply because many times, especially if it's a larger dog, the dog just moves away to fit in a smaller place, or it just turns. But for example, here on this video, you could see that the dog actually went out of the situation. So until now, I showed the specific behaviors that we are checking in each exercise. But shortly, I want to show you from a different angle and summarize them based on the factors that we are looking for to see them together within each factor. In the obedience, in most of the time, what we check is the number of commands required to give the dog to obey the command if it obeys, whether the dog obeys or not. In case of sitting and laying, whether the dog holds the position, and also jump in case of the food. It is important to measure these behaviors not only to see whether the dog is obedient in general in a neutral situation, but also to be able to see what happens with their obedience if they are in a stressful situation, in a new situation, or it involves, for example, an approaching stranger. So we evaluate this within the obedience, but keep in mind that in each exercise, we measure other behavioral variables as well, and these together will give you the full picture. Regarding environment, again, we check their reaction to environmental cues, sudden noises in different exercises, and we measure their latency to enter a new room, their level of activity, whether they initiate interaction with a person, for a strangely moving object or person, their reaction, whether they withdraw, freeze, avoid, or even approach. Regarding their social behavior toward another dog, we only check it in one exercise. And here, as I mentioned, we check, we put stress and aggression related behaviors displayed toward the other dog or in the presence of the other dog within this category. And And last but not least, the social behavior toward unfamiliar humans. Here we usually check approach avoidance, whether the dog tries to move away, leave the interaction, or whether they actually initiate interaction with a stranger, and whether they engage in playful interaction. As you can see, we measured these behaviors in a lot of exercises. And again, here we are more focused, at least now, maybe this will change in the future, but at least now, for now, we are more interested in screening behaviors that would, let's say, exclude the dog from further training. But this does not mean that we think that that's the only important thing. Of course, it is extremely important as well that the dog actually enjoys the situation and is perfectly fine with the situation, not in a way that, okay, I hate it, but I will do it because I have to, but actually fine with it. So after scoring all these behaviors, we will have a final score in each category. Now, these are not the results of a specific dog. I just put some random numbers there. As Andrea said earlier, we do not want to define score limits. That we don't want to say that, for example, in the stress factor, if the dog have -12, it fails, but it's perfectly fine at -11, because first of all, it would be impossible to say a specific score for that. And also, as I mentioned previously, these together give you the whole picture, not by themselves, not like alone, all of them, because I mean, life is much more complicated than that. However, as Andrea mentioned earlier, there are some behaviors that may worth to take a closer look at, which are the stress and aggression related behaviors. In this case, again, these are like some random numbers that I put there just for you to see that it can have extremely different combinations. We suggest that regarding the aggression-related behaviors, they should be considered more strictly, as previously been said by Lina, Andre, and others. For example, if the dog shows bite attempt or snarling, the dog should be excluded. Regarding growling, that should be treated much more strictly than other behaviors. But for example, depending on the situation, based on your professional view, it might not be just only once or twice, but you would allow, for example, if the dog grows, I don't know, twice. Regarding the stressful behavior, of course, it's not just the numbers that count, but also the complexity, like how many different behaviors the dog showed in the situation. As Andrea mentioned earlier, the final score helps you to see more clearly, more objectively of what actually happened. And that's why we suggest that even if your interpretation of a behavior at the moment is that it's not happening because of what is in the scoring sheet, but that's why we suggest you to still put there the score and mention your interpretation in the comment section, because if at the end you see together the behavior, maybe that would actually change your previous view, because of course in the 10th or 13th exercise you will have much more experience with the dog than in, for example, the second exercise. So that's why we try to strip these things as much as possible from your interpretation. Although, again, your interpretation can be extremely important, especially when it comes to individual differences between dogs. Yeah, and of course, remember, as we said earlier, all dogs are great, but not all of them are fit for AAI. So our job is not to decide whether the dog in general is good or not, because I mean, it's a good dog, but by not allowing a dog to be involved in AAI, if it shows a lot of stress, you are actually protecting that dog. And again, these situations shouldn't be a burden for the specific dog. And with this, thank you for your attention. And I think we are quite early. Sorry, we didn't want to put in many extra stuff just to fill in the time, but I'm pretty sure that you have a lot of questions, not necessarily only for us regarding the scoring, but also about the protocol and anything. So I think it will just allow more time to discuss, maybe.
Thank you, Andrea and Judith, for your comprehensive presentation. There were a couple of questions which were answered by Christina. And however, we will invite Lina and Christina to discuss also with you two and the other panelists, and maybe some other questions will come, to discuss about some aspects that they consider significant and to see also your opinions. So Lina, if you want to start, I know, or Christina, as you wish.
I can start. I have been looking at some of the questions, and I see it's a lot of questions. Therefore, people are concerned about animal welfare of the dogs, and I'm really happy to see that many of you are very interested in animal welfare, and in especially the dog's welfare during the test. And I think Christine have tried to answer all of them continuously, but I will try to give you a general answer regarding animal welfare throughout the test. Adam and Christine have said something about it earlier, and I will try to sum it up. The reason why we do the test is to see if the dog is suitable to work in AAA, and of course the handler has to get more education, and the dog will have more education. They'll have this practical test. This test, the PADA, is a one-time happening. The dog will not be put through this test or exercise time after time or day after day. And as Christine said earlier today, it is not dangerous to be exposed to threatening happenings once in a life or twice. But if the threatening situation is repeated day after day, it can, of course, make a negative impact on animal welfare. We think that it's better to expose the dog one time for the, in a way, worst scenario that they can meet in the working situations, so that we can have an insight in what a dog's behavior in similar situation will be. Working in animal-assisted intervention, we can never be 100% sure or have 100% control of what can happen. So we think that it's safe both for the clients, the dog, and the handler, that we know how the dog will react in difficult situations. I also want to emphasize that this test is evaluated by highly educated and competent personnel. They will stop the test if they think that the dog welfare is compromised. And I also see that someone is commenting that the owner jerked the line, and that of course should not happen. But sometimes when people are stressed and in a hurry, well, that might happen. This is actually some of the things we communicate to the owner, how they should handle their dog to meet its needs, so that it also benefits. One of the benefits of PADA is that people get feedback on how they treat the dogs and how the dog would like to be treated. It is our experience that doing PADA actually will give the dog a better life, because the handler gets to know their dog better, and they get knowledge how to protect and support the dog in unpleasant situations. That no matters what, for sure, will life. You can never go through life without any unpleasant situation happening. So, thank you for me.
Before we will continue with interesting questions, I have one announcement. I would like to ask every participant of the conference to fill in the evaluation form. We are very interested in your opinion. So I think it's a good time, the panel for question and answer, to fill in the form. I will put the link into the chat. Okay, thank you. You can go on.
Sorry, I was on mute. There are questions coming. One is from Olga, addressed to Judith. Have you defined the optimum scores of each area?
No, as I said, like even the specific scores are not yet final. So actually we are still changing them sometimes and thinking about it. But as we are more likely to give negative scores when a behavior that can indicate something happens, of course, the closer is to neutral or positive is the better. But as I said, it would be extremely difficult to say that where should we cut it. Of course, if we would have more data and we can run statistical analysis and like specifically code the dog's behavior in a more objective way, that can help us to identify, even in that case, not strict score limits, but more or less just to have the evaluator something as a reference. But right now we don't have an optimal, we don't even have something that should definitely lead to exclusion, although of course the lower the scores, the more concerned you should be. But as these are professional, as Andrea said earlier, if your professional view that if the dog has negative scores and many, but your professional view that it's because of something else, or in some therapy situations, so the situations where the dog actually showed that behavior, like maybe you think you wouldn't happen, it's still suggested to sign a paper, not just by the evaluator, but by the handler as well, that they are aware of these things and give the reason. So in the summary, as Lina said, at the end where you evaluate the dog, to give these reasons.
You, I think, Christine, you wanted to add something? No? There is another, it's a comment plus a question. I don't know, Natasha, if you are with us, and if Michael, you could unmute Natasha so she can explain better the situation that she's asking about.
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry, the question just popped up. Ah, sorry, Natasha doesn't have a microphone, so I will read.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. She just explained. So she says, I don't know if it's a sign of stress when a dog moves away from the person that is greeting, like in the video with the golden retriever. So I notice this behavior a lot in Goldens and also Labradors. So I just assume it is a breed specific. If there is time, can you please explain what this can indicate that the dog is actually being stressed?
I think that in this specific case that of course there can be individual differences, and of course there are breed differences. So in general, if the dog tries to move away from the situation, and that was actually the rough handling, that should be the rough handling, we just couldn't start the rough handling, that the dog continuously moves away. Many times it indicates that the dog doesn't want to be near the person, doesn't want to be touched by the person. Of course, there can be differences. So in case of Floyd, it might be simply that it was coming from the overexcited behavior that we also measure separately. But I am not able to say it 100% whether that was that or it wasn't. And if it was the dog wanting to move away from me because of that, I need to protect that dog. They cannot stand up for themselves. They cannot explain what they are doing. So we need to check their behavior closely. And when we need to decide that there will be some false response, of course, in these situations, me personally rather go this false negative and indicate that the dog moves away because of this, rather than actually scoring that the dog is actually fine and it's something else. If I cannot ask the dog, but maybe Christine and Lina has something else to add to this.
No, I agree with you. But I can add that what you say is that it's a normal behavior in Labrador and Goldens, and yes, I think it is. But it's also because those breeds have become a little bit insecure, so that they are not confident and at ease with unfamiliar situations. So, yeah.
There is another question, just came in like 2 minutes ago from Marie. Are you currently looking at correlating PADA scores with performance during AAI or AAT? That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that would be amazing to do that. Like even dogs that's because yeah, one thing that is really important, and I'm not sure I said it or I just wanted, but I mean, keep in mind that when we say that the dog is recommended for further training, it's recommended for further training. So passing this mental test doesn't mean that the dog is actually a therapy dog. So they will still be assessed in other situations. But yeah, it would be really important to check the scores, the behaviors that we are looking for in their later performance in AAI. There's also a plan to check it. How does it correlate with their personality? And of course, it can be tested in other different behavior tests, for example, like how does it correlate with different behaviors, and that can help us to validate these behaviors, that like how reliable they are, and also maybe to find other behaviors that can be reliable indicators and important to measure. But that is definitely a future plan, and it should be done.
I see no more questions. I don't know if in the chat. I don't know. Michael, probably, did you see some more questions that I didn't notice in the chat? It appears that
no,
everything.
but I think that if somebody would like to ask questions via audio, please raise your hand in the chat.
So you can just raise your hands, and then Michael will unmute you.
Yeah, or just write
okay.
on the chat that you want
on
to
the chat.
Yeah, it's also an option.
There are many positive comments and thanks and gratitude expressed for your project and the outcomes.
Okay, so once again, please fill in the evaluation form. It will really help us if we could know your opinion about the project, about the outcome of the project, and about the conference in general. So it will help also to prepare better outcomes in the future. Okay, so one last chance to ask the question, if there will be any. Then Magda will summarize the conference very briefly, I think, and we will end. Okay, I see that nobody decided. I think that we answered many questions, and for now, the participants need to think a little bit about to have more questions about the product. So Magda, please summarize briefly the conference.
You have to unmute, Magda.
Yes, you must unmute yourself.
Okay, now I can say something. Let's try again. I think that we've done the summary during the question and answer part, so there is no much to say. But I would really underline that we are still working on the project and we have a lot of future plans to develop it and to make it better. For example, to work more with the scoring part, to have more direct answers, because now we have a lot of things open that we are concerned that the issue is important, but we don't have yes or no answer, and maybe we'll never have one, but we are really focused to work on it and to find it. So we are looking more people to collaborate, more organization to join, and more evaluators to be with us. So that's why I decided to share my slide again with my email address. So I would like to ask you to write an email if you are interested in our project, if you are interested in dogs' welfare or in developing a common project in animal-assisted intervention, because I truly believe that together we have a huge force and we are stronger, and working alone, each organization or each expert, it's not the proper way. That's why we decided also to develop the platform to, okay, it's here, develop the platform to exchange information, to discuss. Probably on the platform you will also find the information about this conference. We just need some time to do it, but you will get the emails. All the people who registered and fill in the attendance list will get the email with information about the recording of this conference and materials that we want to share with you more. So please feel free to register and to keep in touch with us via the platform. Maybe we can meet on the future conferences or events. Maybe some of you will attend the camp so we can meet live. Hopefully the COVID situation won't be disturbance in the future, and it would be really, really great to know you more, to know your opinion and to learn from you and your experiences, because I think this is really important in our field. So yes, that would be from me, I think all. And I was really happy that I had the honor to work with this fantastic team during the PADA project. And I'm looking for more opportunities like this. And I hope that our partnership can grow and we can have more partners, more experts in the field, and that would be fantastic work in the future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I also would like to say special thank you for all the people that attend today on the Sunday and participated in the conference.
Also during the night, remember about
yes,
it. That
during
we
the
have
night, even from Australia and United States. I would like to thank you especially for Alina Rousseau, that she's not normally on the day basics the part of the project, but she agreed to support us during the questions and answers and did very good job moderating it. So thank you very much. I would like to thank you, Judith, Andrea, Adam, Line and Christine for cooperation in the project and through today presentation. I see the outcomes of the evaluation form and they look really great. So everybody did a super job and thank you again.
Can I say something else also?
Yes, of course, Adam.
Yes, because I think we also should thank Magdalena, especially because you know, she made this project actually work and started, and she was brave enough to do it. And I think she brought together a very nice team. Although I knew Christine before, but I didn't know all the others. And it was really a fantastic experience, especially working together, scientists and non-scientists and experts, as I would call you all. So, and you know, remember that there were not always so happy times. We had a lot of discussions and you know, disagreements. And I think this is, however, always important, that this makes things going forward. And maybe this is also sometimes missing from some other projects. So I was also very grateful to actually get involved in that. And really, I think it was Magda who was the main person who was, as I said, brave and courageous enough to actually make this whole project work. So thank you very much a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, I really believe in strength of the partnership. So it wasn't me, it was just perfect team. So yeah, that would be the end.
Yeah, that would be the end. I don't know, maybe we will meet for the short summary on the Skype.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Hurry up, the duck is waking up.
Yeah, okay, so I'm ending the conference, so prepare, everything will be logged out.
Okay, see you.
Bye, Bye everyone.
Once
Bye.
again,
Bye.
Alina,
See
thank
you.
you. See you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Take care.